It's not on the record at this point. However, this is the evidentiary hearing for 2505 DPU 24152, the Everett Battery Project. We will get started in just a minute.
Hans, could you just do an audio check?
Good morning, everybody.
And for those that just joined us, including Mr. Early, can you rename yourselves to indicate the party affiliation? So Tri-Mount, or if there's a separate party that you're affiliated with, to include that in your name, please.
And you can right click on your image and then go down, you'll have an option of rename, and then you can see how I added kind of open parens, Tri-Mount, close parens. So I think, were you just named? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, she was.
Eversource updated her. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because I used your webinar link, so
yeah, that all makes sense.
All right, at this point, I'm going to confirm, is everybody present that we are expecting here today for the parties?
Yes, for Tri-Mount.
District Gas, are you all present?
We are. Thank you.
Eversource, are you all present?
yes.
And I believe I see everyone from my team is present here today. So we're going to get started at this time. Mr. Allen, are you ready? Or Mr. Brock, are you ready?
I am indeed.
All right. So at this time, we will go on the record in EFSB 2505 DPU 24152, the Everett Battery Project. Good morning. Today is day one of the remote evidentiary hearings being conducted by the Energy Facility Siting Board, hereafter referred to as the Board, in docket 2505 DPU 24152. The petitioner is Tri-Mount ESS LLC, hereafter referred to as Tri-Mount or the company. My name is Connor Tarr. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding. We are conducting this evidentiary hearing remotely using Zoom video conferencing. This hearing is being recorded and will be available for viewing on YouTube. Parties should be aware that the official transcript of the proceedings is being transcribed by the reporter appointed by the board for that purpose. The stenographer is also participating remotely. He will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are relying on the internet or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical difficulties, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Therefore, it is imperative to speak slowly and clearly, to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking, as well as my video. I will raise my hand as a signal on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. It is also helpful if you mute your audio when you are not speaking to reduce any background noise. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in participating in this hearing today. As you can see on your Zoom video stream, there are several other people from the board who are participating in our virtual bench today. I'll ask that they raise their hand in their Zoom window when I identify them as follows. Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Division. Joan Foster Evans, the General Counsel of the Siting Division. Wayne Wong, Assistant Director of the Siting Division. Smitha Divakar, Analyst of the Siting Division. Brian Wilmer, Analyst of the Siting Division. And Claire Lowe, Senior Analyst of the Siting Division, who will be observing today. The company's petition is seeking individual and comprehensive zoning exemptions from the operation of the zoning ordinance of the town of Everett, Massachusetts, hereafter referred to as the zoning petition. The purpose of the petition is to seek approval to construct, operate, and maintain 2 underground transmission lines, one at 115 kilovolt and one at 345 kilovolt. The petition also seeks individual and comprehensive zoning exemptions from the City of Everett zoning ordinance. The petition was filed in connection with the company's proposed construction of an approximately 700 megawatt, 2,800 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, hereafter referred to as BESS or BESS, and associated infrastructure, including the 2 underground transmission lines and 2 new project substations on approximately 20.75 acres of land at 52 Beecham Street, referred to as the northern parcel, and 0 South Farm Road, referred to as the southern parcel in Everett, Massachusetts. Together, these 2 parcels are referred to as the project site. The 2 transmission lines would connect the BESS with the Eversource Mystic Substation, which is located at 173 Alfred Street in Boston. The BESS and associated infrastructure are collectively referred to as the project. These matters have been consolidated into EFSB 2505 DPU 24152. The company did provide an update to the initial petition filed on April 24th, 2025. Next, I ask that the council identify themselves for the record and state the name of the party for which they are appearing at this time. I'll turn it over to you first, Mr. Early.
Good afternoon, good morning, Presiding Officer Tar. Shane Early from Shepherd Mullen on behalf of Trimount ESS LLC.
And we'll go through the witnesses for the panel afterwards, just so that we're all clear. Next, who is appearing for Eversource?
Good morning. This is Erica Hafner from the law firm of Keegan Werlin on behalf of Eversource Energy, the intervener in this proceeding.
Thank you. Good morning. And from District Gas of Massachusetts LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Officer. Appearing on behalf of District Gas of Massachusetts, John A. DiTore, David Fixler, Greenberg Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sounds like we are all here. First, are there any procedural matters that we need to discuss before we begin? We can discuss these matters off the record if you wish. I will note that the company did provide a draft exhibit list dated August 8th, 2025. Are there any matters that still need to be discussed procedurally?
Presiding Officer Tar, with regard to that draft exhibit list, as noted, there is one duplicative numbering related to the information request that the EFSB propounded. So if you would just let us know either now or at a later time how you would like us to handle that duplication, then we will update the exhibit list accordingly.
And we'll resolve that at the end. I don't believe that the exhibit gets referred to as part of any of the questions here today, but if it does, we'll deal with it directly. If not, I'll clean that up at the end of the hearing today, and we can reissue one before any follow-up hearings that we have after today.
Thank you. That's all that Trimount has.
Is there anything from the other interveners?
Not at this time.
Seeing and hearing no further response, we're going to proceed forward with the hearing. I'll note that Trimount's witnesses will be questioned as a panel. However, I have been informed that Trimount's witnesses regarding EMF as well as fire safety are not available until our 3rd scheduled day on August 25th, 2025 of the evidentiary hearings. If the current panel receives any questions that they feel would be better addressed by those witnesses, please indicate in your response, and the questions will be revisited on the 25th and or 27th moving forward, or resolved through an appropriate record request at that time. Next, I will ask that each witness introduce him or herself for the record and state their affiliation. Counsel, if you'd like to introduce your witnesses and then they can introduce themselves. We can go in order and do it that way.
Yes. Mr. Callahan, would you go first, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Ryan Callahan with Epsilon Associates.
Mr. Mosher, would you go next, please?
Good morning. My name is Howard Mosier. I'm with VHB.
Mr. Detweiler?
Good morning. I'm Hans Detweiler with Jupiter Power, Trimount ESS LLC.
All right.
I'm sorry. Could we go off the record for just a minute? I have a technical issue.
Yes, anything for you, Mr. Brock. We are now off the record,
Thank
and
you.
let me know when you're ready to return.
It'll be just about a minute and a half. I apologize.
Take your time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Not a problem, Mel. We will now go back on the record in 2505 DPU 24152. I'll now swear in the witnesses. Please raise your right hand so that I can see in the Zoom window and take yourself off mute. Did we lose? Mr. Early, are you still there?
I'm still here. All three of the witnesses have their right hands
Okay,
raised, what I can
I
see.
think I have the wrong view screen up, so hold on. Much better. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the whole truth?
Yes.
Would you swear or affirm, please?
Yes.
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 All right. Please let the record indicate that the witnesses have been sworn. Mr. Early, would you like to conduct direct examination of your witnesses? Mr. Early, you're on mute.
For the court reporter's assistance, I plan to go through Mr. Callahan, then Mr. Mosher, then Mr. Detweiler. So starting with Mr. Callahan. Mr. Callahan, by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by Epsilon Associates. I am the acoustics group manager.
Were you involved in the preparation of this case?
Yes, I was.
And as part of that preparation, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits marked for identification as exhibits TE-RC-1 and TE-RC-2 submitted to the department on November 19th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
With respect to your pre-filed testimony and associated exhibits, were those documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to your pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
No, I do not.
Have you seen information requests propounded by the Citing Board staff and District Gas of Massachusetts in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And have you sponsored any responses to those information requests?
Yes.
Were those responses prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to any of the information request responses that you have sponsored in this proceeding?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt the testimony and responses to information requests which bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
And that completes his direct examination, Hearing Officer Tar.
Thank you. And as discussed, we'll go through the other two and then proceed forward with cross-examination.
Mr. Mosher, by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed at Vanashangen Breslin, also known as VHB. I am the Director of Land Engineering in the Boston office.
Were you involved in the preparation of this case?
Yes.
And as part of that preparation, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits marked for identification as exhibits TE-HM-1 through TE-HM-11 submitted to the department on November 19th, 2024?
Yes.
With respect to your pre-filed testimony and associated exhibits, were those documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to your pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
No.
Did you prepare pre-filed supplemental testimony marked as exhibit TE-HM-12 and exhibits marked for identification as exhibits TE-HM-13 and TE-HM-16 submitted to the Citing Board on April 24th, 2025?
Yes.
And to be clear, just as I'm seeing the live transcript, you sponsored exhibits TE-HM-13 through TE-HM-16. Is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to your pre-filed supplemental testimony and associated exhibits, were those documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to your pre-filed supplemental testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And what are those changes?
I would like to change the subsection numbering references with regard to Everett zoning section 37. Upon final adoption, the section numbers were renumbered, but the essence of my testimony remains unchanged. I would be happy to provide the corrected numbering references upon request.
And how, if at all, do these changes affect the specific zoning requests that your testimony seeks?
They make no change to the sought exemptions.
Okay.
At this time, I'm going to request record request 1, which should reflect modification of the subsection titles for section 37 as described in Mr. Mosher's testimony. I would, however, like to confirm that exhibit TEHM, Mr. Moser's pre-filed testimony, does include the same incorrect citations and would also be updated. So I would request an updated table of zoning ordinances and sections with citations for the entirety of the requested zoning ordinances and exemptions. That would be reflected in, and would be an update for the table reflected in exhibit TEHM, as well as the response to EFSB Z1, as well as the reference in exhibit TEHM 13. So this would be an updated response to the table that was previously provided and an update to all of the citations for the Everett zoning as provided.
I'm sorry, what is the title? What is the title of that record request?
That will be record request EFSB 1.
And Presiding Officer Tar, just to make sure I have this down correct, you would like us to update Mr. Moser's pre-filed direct testimony, which is TE-HM, the supplemental testimony that was referenced before, which is TE-HM-13, as well as the discovery response to EFSB-Z-1.
As well, and that would also be referenced in exhibit TE1, the initial petition filed on pages 79 through 86. I would indicate that record request EFSB 1 would supersede any previous filed table, including the references to the requested zoning exemptions moving forward. So the record request would supersede and have the correct citations.
Thank you.
You may proceed forward with any additional direct examination.
Thank you. One moment. Mr. Mosher, have you seen information requests propounded by the Siting Board staff and District Gas of Massachusetts in this proceeding?
Yes.
And have you sponsored responses to those information requests?
I have.
Were those responses prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make outside of response to EFSB-Z-1, as the presiding officer noted, to those responses?
No.
Do you adopt the testimony and responses to information requests which bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
That completes the direct examination.
Thank you, Mr. Early.
Mr. Detweiler?
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Detweiler, by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by Jupiter Power as a senior director of development.
Were you involved in the preparation of this case?
Yes.
And as part of that preparation, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony in exhibits marked for identification as exhibits TE-HD-1 through TE-HD-4 submitted to the department on November 19th, 2024?
Yes.
With respect to your pre-filed testimony and associated exhibits, were those documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to your pre-filed testimony in this proceeding?
No.
Did you prepare pre-filed supplemental testimony marked as Exhibit TE-HD-5 that was submitted to the citing board on April 24th, 2025?
Yes.
With respect to your pre-filed supplemental testimony, was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to your pre-filed supplemental testimony in this proceeding?
No.
Have you seen information requests propounded by the citing board staff and District Gas of Massachusetts in this proceeding?
Yes.
And have you sponsored responses to those information requests?
Yes.
Were those responses prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any changes, corrections, deletions, or additions that you would like to make to any of the information request responses that you've sponsored in this proceeding?
No.
Do you adopt the testimony and responses to information requests which bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Officer Tar, that completes the direct examination.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Are the witnesses now available for cross-examination?
Yes, they are, Mr. Tar. And can I just confirm on a procedural respect, is the general intent to handle noise issues first so that Mr. Callahan may get to other obligations later?
Yes, that is the intention of the EFSB's questions as well as the other parties for today. We may end up having a few general questions taken prior to getting to some of the noise questions, just so that there's a little bit more context and background for the hearing. But we will try and resolve noise questions before we get to any part of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Wong for department cross-examination. After board staff have had a chance to ask questions, the interveners, if they so choose, may then follow up with additional cross-examination questions. We will then have an opportunity for redirect examination. Mr. Wong?
Thanks, Mr. Tar. Okay, good to see you gentlemen this morning. As Mr. Tar said, I will start us off with some general questions. I know my colleagues have some other general questions. I think we might consider doing some of the noise before that, but we'll handle it when we get there. But generally, understanding that your testimony this morning stated that you did not have any changes to your previous testimony and also your information request responses, could I get the witnesses? And again, as Mr. Tar said, we're directing the questions at the whole panel, and whoever is best able to answer it, feel free to chime in. So just to get the ball rolling, get us used to asking and answering questions of each other in this setting, could the panel please give a brief description of the project, and we'll take it from there.
Sure. The project is an up to 700 megawatt battery energy storage facility. It's located in Everett, Massachusetts, on both a parcel on the north side of Beecham Street and on the south side of Beecham Street. It's interconnected to the Mystic substation, which is partly in Everett and partly in Boston via an two underground generation tie lines, one at 115 kV and one at 345 kV.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay, Mr. Detweiler, could you confirm how many transformers power transformers would be located on the project sites?
Not offhand.
Okay. I guess could you state then what the purposes of those transformers would be, and maybe if later on we can either you can look that up during a break, or we can get the answer over a record request, just so I can get a complete record of what's going on the site.
Sure.
Thank you.
The purpose of the transformers is to step up and down the voltage. So the batteries operate at a low voltage. The batteries are organized in containers. The containers have power control systems and inverters attached to them, which step up the voltage to 34.5. And then there are conduit runs that go to the project substation, which transform the voltage from that 34.5 to either the 115 or the 345 kV. That then enables the energy to flow through those Gentile lines without need for any further transformation at the point of interconnect with the Mystic 115 and 345 kV substations.
Thank you. So, Mr. Detweiler, I know I gave two options. Would you prefer to look the number up later on, or would you prefer to just take this on as a record request? You can answer 5 days after.
Just give me 1 minute here. I don't see that stated in my testimony, and there are different solutions, available for that. So I can provide an answer, after a break later today.
That would be really helpful. It helps us to know what's on the site. Okay, we might have follow up on that whenever that's ready. But I'm going to move on to some other questions, just again, general to start. So just to confirm, there are commercial operations dates for both of the interconnections with ISO New England. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're in 2028?
That is correct.
Thank you. And please bear with me. Could you speak to if there are similar requirements or penalties based off not meeting those dates as there would be with a capacity supply obligation for a market participant?
The interconnection rules are different significantly than the capacity rules. With interconnection rules, if a company is making good faith efforts to move forward with the construction of the project, but for example, hits construction delays or environmental remediation delays, and can make a showing that the company is expending significant resources, like spending a lot of money, then extensions are available through the ISO New England, and there's no penalty associated with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry if I'm not completely up to speed on the company's intentions, but do you intend to participate in the forward capacity market if it's possible?
We do.
Thank you. Okay, we might have more questions on that later on, but so just also the company proposes to work between 7 and 7 Monday to Saturday. That's what I assume those are the days because you'd stated 6 days a week. Is that correct?
Can you point me to that in my testimony?
I believe it's in the petition. Give me 1 second. It's on page 25 of the petition. So the main initial petition document in section E.
Okay. And I also, just while you were looking, I found it in my testimony on page 26 also.
Thank you. So just wanted more definition on those construction hours and if you can speak to if you've spoken to the city. I believe you did say that. Just a little curious about the duration and the number of days. I guess I'll just put the question out there. Is this because of the surrounding land uses that you could do like longer hours and more days during the week?
These work hours are typical for construction in an area like this. Yeah. And I do want to note that in my testimony, I do directly state that due to their nature or scope, there are certain operations that must be outside of the typical construction hours, typically consisting of activities that must occur continuously, such as equipment commissioning, concrete foundation pours, conductor pulling, things like that.
I appreciate that. That seems to be par for course. I guess if we could put a little bit more definition on when you say due to the area, we could just say on the record it's because it's more industrial. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, it's a commercial industrial area. There's a lot of trucking in the area. So there's constant traffic in the area. A lot of businesses are active beyond just daytime hours in the area.
Thank you. And the company stated in the petition that the city has been consulted on this, and is it your testimony that the city is generally amenable to this?
Yes, we have consulted with the city on this, and we intend to continue consulting with the city on this. Like, there's no final construction, schedule plan yet, but we will continue to consult with them on this.
Thank you. Does the company intend to work on holidays as well, based off of these work hours and days?
Holiday construction would only occur, in sort of some of the exceptions, I think, that I described earlier.
That wraps up my questions for now. Mr. Carr, if you could direct the extent of questions we're having to go before the noise questions, that would be helpful.
I think we can continue on with the general questions for now, and we'll move on to noise as soon as we get through some of the general questions. I think context is important for the noise discussion. Ms. Divikar, are we moving on to Ms. Divikar at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Good morning, everybody. I will continue with the general questions on project design. Now, I will be referencing some of the submissions that the company has made, particularly the EENF, the Environmental Notification Form, the petition, the Economic Impact Report, and the project plans the company has submitted. Now, if you could refer to table 1 of the petition at page 27, which basically lists out the various permits that the project would require. I'd like to know if the table is updated at this point.
Howard, do you want to speak to this? It's the permit table.
I don't have the petition that's referenced, but I can look through it. We did provide an updated table either in the supplemental or in one of the response to questions. So let me see if I can put my hands on that.
Mr. Mosher, if you could walk down, I don't know it'll be painstaking, but if you could walk down each of the permits and tell us if there's any updates based off of the most recent table, that would be super helpful.
Alternatively, yes. I can share the table if that helps.
I have a table, and I'm going to refer to EFSB G1, which was in my testimony, and it contains a list of required permits and approvals with status. So as of the filing of that supplemental testimony, we categorize the permits into various categories. Is there any specifically to go over, or just generally ask, is there any updates?
At this point, we'd like to know whether we have the latest information on the approvals, any pending approvals, etc. So this could be better, and we could have this as a record request because I know it's a lot to go through, but we would like updated information on it. Yeah.
I was able to review the list, and to my knowledge, that is the most current list of permits and approval status.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to particularly explore the status of permits and approvals required for the Gentai. If you could confirm whether the table includes all permits and approvals required for the Gentai routes.
To the best of my knowledge, the table includes a list of permits that would relate to the Gentai line, including the status of those permits.
So I understand that. Would you talk to any kind of pending approvals, issues that right now stand in the way of permits related to the Gentai route?
Thank you for the question, and I'll seek to answer that. I'm just going to go through the lists and answer them one by one.
To clarify, are you discussing outside of the EFSB's approval of the Section 72 request?
Yes. Thank you.
The project, as you may have seen in the testimony, has obtained a number of approvals. And at this stage, the remaining approvals that I am aware of are basically down to the street opening / trench permit required from the engineering division in the city of Everett and the city of Boston.
Okay.
All discretionary permits related to the Gentai facility, such as the Public Improvement Commission and the grant of location in Everett, have been obtained.
Okay. At this point, is there any outstanding issue with regard to the Gentai route that the company might want to discuss?
I do not believe so.
Thank you. Now, the next reference is to the project plans that were submitted by the company, and specifically the figure presented at C101, which basically illustrates the proposed underground electric duct bank alignment. Now, the company states that depending on its final location, the Gentile line may require a minor modification for work within filled former tidelands in the public right-of-way. Please confirm, one, whether figure C101 that we are referencing presents the finalized underground route for the Gentiles.
I'm sorry, and the ground route for what?
Gentiles.
Thank you.
Ms. Divakar, could you just clarify what exhibit? I know you're referring to a specific page within, but so that the record's clear.
So this would be exhibit TEHM2, the project plans that were submitted.
Thank you for the question. I have it handy, and I'm looking at C101 of the Tri-Mount Best Proposed Underground Electric Duct Bank exhibit. That overall sheet layout describes the beginning and ending of the Gentile as it runs through public rights of way. The only modification to that route I would note was provided in a supplemental exhibit TEHM14, where there were some minor rerouting changes as the Gentile approached the Eversource substation. And those changes were made based on collaboration and coordination with Eversource.
And do we have all required approvals for those changes right now?
They did not impact the approvals obtained within Alfred Street.
Okay. Thank you for confirming. Now, I'd like to, take your attention to the project planning and development meetings table that we have in the petition on pages 94 and 95. What is of interest is the meetings on May 3rd, 2023 and September 30, 2024. These seem to be meetings with the official Eric Swanson on transmission line routing. Please elaborate on the inputs of these meetings and whether these inputs were incorporated into the design in any way.
The discussion with Mr. Swanson was really about sharing data. So the city had certain data about what was in their streets, and it was furthermore about when there were gaps in the data, we would need to do test pitting and more exploration, more survey activities to determine our own route. And so it related to the process, the approval process for that survey activity.
So what I hear you say is you were trying to determine whether there was adequate data so that you could decide on which route to go by for the Gentiles.
That's right.
Okay. Now, if you could take your attention to the meeting on February 7th, 2024. This is with the City of Everett officials on stormwater and the Gentile. Could you give us an idea of what this meeting was about and the outcomes of this meeting?
The city, on stormwater, the city wished to discuss flooding that they have in the lower Broadway area and how our project would deal with some of that. And Gentai, I think it was as above, it was just related to the continued data acquisition process.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to the flooding issues that were discussed in the in the area, do you think they have been adequately addressed in the petition? And have there been further consultations or updating the officials on in that regard?
Yes, so the stormwater from the project will flow north to the Island End River, so there won't be any impact on the lower Broadway flooding that the city was interested in.
Thank you. Now, on page 94 of the petition, in para 1, the company states that it
I'm sorry, on page 94 of the petition, what?
Sorry, Alan. So on page 94 of the petition, at paragraph 1, the company stated that it held meetings that discussed prioritization of setbacks along Beecham Street and 2 other streets along the project site as input to the Everett Land Co's master plan. Could you give us an idea of how the outcomes of these meetings fed into the determination of setbacks on this project?
Yes, so we received feedback that Beecham Street, you look at the current conditions and the conditions over the last decade, and historically it looks terrible. I believe there are some pictures of it that we provide. So the city is interested in improving that. So we've done a number of things to work with the city and other community groups on this issue. In particular, the incorporation of greenery along the perimeter wall and the setbacks along Beecham Street, and the inclusion of a bike path that right now there's a bike path that runs through Chelsea, but it just sort of stops when it gets to Everett. So that will now continue through into the lower Broadway area. So we worked with the city on all of those things. The other areas of interest, to be clear, are not actually current streets. It's the northern parcel is a part of a very large parcel right now, and there are future planned streets. And in particular, the northern edge of the northern parcel, the Davis companies who we've been working with, they've expressed an interest in a broader setback in that area as well. So we've worked with them to provide that, and to a lesser extent, the new road that would be potentially on the eastern side of our parcel, of the northern parcel.
And the setbacks on this project along have been incorporated to provide the adequate setbacks in the master plan. Would that be a correct interpretation of what came of the meetings?
No, my understanding is that, and I'll defer to Mr. Mosier, but we're requesting a comprehensive zoning exemption, and one of the issues is that the setbacks, may not be, in some instances, are not consistent with city zoning.
Can I just, to make sure we're clear on the record, when Ms. Divikar, when you refer to the master plan, you're referring to the Everett Land Co master plan, or
I'm sorry, the Everett Land Code?
Land Co, CO? Land Co master plan, or the other master plan that's being worked on by the city?
The reference is to the Everett Land Co master plan, because the project is situated on the larger master plan area as one of the phases. So I was wondering, and from the master plan, it appears that there are residential industrial uses abutting very close to the project site. And I was wondering if the setbacks on the project, along with the setbacks for the rest of the master plan, would be adequate for for the safety of these occupancies, residential, industrial, etc. So
No,
that's from Western comes.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that when it's on the transcript, we know which one we're referring to, because there are two.
I'm sorry, Wayne, you're cutting out.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure that when I'm looking up this later, when I want to write something, I know which master plan we're talking about. That's the reason for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
The answer to the question is that the setbacks are adequate for safety. However, in some instances, we do require a comprehensive zoning exemption because some of the setbacks that we're proposing are inconsistent with zoning.
Okay. Thank you. Now, moving on, this has reference to the economic impact report that was submitted. This is Exhibit TEHD4. In there is an estimated project schedule that the company presents. I believe that is figure 4 in that document.
Give me 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay.
I was just curious about the components. Interconnect upgrades 115 kV.
Sorry, I was just curious about the components and I didn't understand.
Interconnect upgrades 115 kV and interconnect upgrades 345 kV. Could you explain why there is a shift in the timelines for construction of these?
Sure. This was an estimate that was provided, back when we were conducting this jobs study, and there have been updates following our continued work with Eversource on these upgrades. And in fact, the schedule and cost of the upgrades is less and more condensed than we estimated at that time. But I think what you're most trying to ask is simply that the 345 kV equipment is more involved, and so connecting into the 345 kV substation can require a longer construction duration.
Okay. So from what I hear you say, I understand that there have been modifications to this project schedule. Would I be right?
To some extent, yes.
So could the company provide us with an updated project schedule as part of a record request?
Just to be clear, this schedule was only for use in the job study. It did reflect our best understanding at the time, but I just want to be clear. This was a modeling exercise.
Wait. I'm sorry.
That the company has provided.
Stop.
Wait,
everyone. I'm sorry, Mr. Brock. We're going to go one at a time. Ms. Divikar, please finish your question, and then Mr. Detweiler, you can respond. So finish what you were saying, Ms. Divikar.
Oh, I'm sorry if I cut. So I was asking, maybe it's just that I missed, but could you confirm if there was a submission of the project schedule other than this figure?
There was discussion of the schedule in my testimony.
Okay.
I believe there may have been a
If I could point, if I could.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Mr. Moser.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. In EFSB G-1, a schedule was provided.
Would you confirm that is the latest?
That is the latest I am aware of.
Anyone else would want to confirm? Want to check, confirm?
I have no update.
Well, thank you. Now, with regard to the figure that I was referring to, the estimated project schedule in the economic impact report, I was wondering what project construction would entail.
Project construction is the construction of like the actual battery facility on both sides of Beecham Street.
And do we have a schedule of what work goes first? For example, the foundation laying, the substation construction within the site. Have you worked out the schedule for work that will happen on the site under the project construction?
The final construction schedule is pending the final engineering for the project.
Okay. And I assume would this be part of the construction management plan? Or?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if you could refer to page 46 of the petition, where the company commits to developing a construction management plan.
I'm sorry, where the company commits to what?
Developing a construction management plan in coordination with the City of Everett's Department of Transportation. Could you give us an update of this consultative process?
Yes, the City of Everett understands that construction is not beginning imminently, and that we'll work with them when we get closer.
So would this construction management plan be shared as part of the host community agreement?
We have submitted a draft of the host community agreement to the city, and they are still contemplating it. So we haven't received a return draft. I don't know if the city would want to include reference to this within the host community agreement or not. But regardless of the status of the host community agreement, we'll work with the city on the construction management plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mosher, did you have anything to add?
No, I was pointing someone to my door sign that says I'm in a hearing. Please don't disturb.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, referring to the petition at page 52, the company does present that,
I'm sorry, the company what?
The company does present some cases used earlier on in the UK and Japan. This is on page 52 of the petition.
I would note that citing to the testimony of Noah Ryder will be available the week of the 27th.
So I'm just curious about one of these projects, the Cummings Spa projects in the UK.
Can you give me, Mr. Early, are you suggesting that these questions should go to the following week, or do you think the witnesses here are able to answer questions that might pertain to these examples that have been provided?
I don't know exactly what questions Ms. Divakar would ask. I just wanted to make everyone aware that the citations are to testimony that was provided by Mr. Ryder. So it may well be that they're more appropriate for him, but she can certainly ask and the witnesses can respond as appropriate.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know, one, whether there's any discrepancy in identifying the first project, that is the Cummings power projects in the UK, and we would like information on, any kind of operational details that we have on the project, either from these project websites or relevant press releases.
I don't have any further information related to that project.
So could we, maybe this is something that we will follow up, as you mentioned, the week of the 25th. This is something that we're expecting to learn more about these projects in terms of their operational history so far.
If we could give more of a context for that, we searched for Cummings power projects on Google and other search engines, and we're not able to find anything that matched or even was close to what was described. So we kind of just wanted to make sure that we got the right information there.
And I think in order to make sure that we actually have enough information and can potentially ask him a number of additional questions, it may give him an opportunity to provide information ahead of time. So I would prefer to initiate this as a record request to provide some more detailed responses as to what the three projects indicated on page 52 of the petition are. And then that can be provided in the interim, and then we can follow up with him next week as part of our direct examination or cross-examination of Mr. Ryder. Does that work for you, Mr. Early?
Yes, could you just provide more specificity on what you're looking for?
So, thank you, Mr. Tower. So we are looking at three of the references the company made. One to the Cummings power projects in the UK, then the Pivot Power Oxford UK, and the Kyushu Electric Power in Japan. So what we are looking for is more information on the operational history of these projects, the owners, and websites could be useful too. So we could learn more about these projects.
And just some further information, because we couldn't find information on the Cummings power projects, we'd like for the company to confirm that that's the name and that's the owner. And also, what were the megawatt and megawatt hours of the projects, as well as Ms. Divakar said, the status of the projects in operation and how long they've been operating.
Thank you. So are you looking to make that record request RR-EFSB-2?
It would be record request EFSB 2 related to Exhibit TE1 at 52, additional information regarding the projects provided by Mr. Ryder as part of his testimony, as described by Mr. Wong and Ms. Divakar.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, the company at page 10 of the petition mentions that it intends to align the BESS units in a back-to-back orientation that is spaced in compliance with the manufacturer's installation requirements. In this context, could you elaborate on any consultations the company would have or has had with equipment manufacturers because this is a very novel configuration, and if there are any outcomes or directions the company would specifically, follow through as part of these consultations.
Most typically, these setbacks are provided, by the company in the project, in the equipment specifications.
So, has there been any, special consideration because of the configuration, and has the company felt the need to consult with the equipment manufacturers differently on this project?
I think just to add a little bit more to that, setbacks, I think we're pretty clear based off of previous projects, but we're mostly interested in the double stacking configuration, like what type of consultation or feedback you've gotten from speaking with the manufacturers about your proposal to double stack.
Thank you for the clarification. I think this area would be best for Noah Ryder.
I did also want to provide some clarification for record request EFSB 2 to make sure that the record is abundantly clear. Referring to Exhibit TE1 at page 52, the specific record request is.
I'm sorry, you have frozen. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Alan. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start over just so it's clear. So for clarification regarding record request EFSB 2, specifically updates regarding information in Exhibit TE1 at page 52, the EFSB is looking for additional information regarding the Cummins power projects listed at the UK as a 3-story lithium-ion battery energy storage system arranged on a steel structural platform. The Pivot Power Oxford, UK 2-story hybrid lithium-ion and vanadium, VANADIUM, flow battery energy storage arranged on a steel structure platform, and the Kyushu, KYUSHU, electric power, Fukuyama, FUKUOKAJP, 2-story sodium sulfur battery energy storage system directly stacked with steel access platforms. So for clarity, that is the information we're seeking for record request EFSB 2. Mr. Picard, do you have any additional questions since they've deferred to Mr. Ryder regarding general subjects?
Yeah, so I will move on to the next question. Maybe we will follow up on the week of the 25th on this as well. So the next question is with regard to page 7 of the petition, where there is a mention of auxiliary equipment. I was curious to understand what is the auxiliary equipment required for safe operations of the BESS units.
I'm sorry, the BESS what?
Units.
Thank you.
To clarify, you're referring to page 7 of the petition?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I do not see a reference to auxiliary equipment on page 7 or 8 of the petition.
I believe it's in the second to last line of the first paragraph. It also references your testimony, Mr. Detweiler, at page 7, lines 1 and 2.
I'm just wondering if my pages are somehow different. What's the section? I see northern parcel, southern parcel, project
So the
description.
northern parcel has a reference to auxiliary equipment. I could just ask the question. I don't think, there are more details in there, but what I'm trying to get at is, trying to understand the power needs. Did you get it? Did you find it?
I see it.
Yeah.
So auxiliary equipment for the most part is what we call the PCS, or power control systems. So that's the grouping of inverters and transformers that change the voltage back and forth from DC to AC and step it up to 34.5 from the batteries.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Now, the intent was to identify the power needs for operating such auxiliary equipment and to understand what the source of this power supply is as planned.
I'm sorry, to understand what the source of this what?
Of this auxiliary equipment is as planned right now.
That equipment operates off of, it's the electricity that's flowing in and out of the project, where we're interacting with the ISO New England as a wholesale market participant.
Okay.
It's not a separate power supply, from the distribution grid, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, thank you. So in the event of a power outage or disconnection of the BESS, now would the auxiliary equipment need to continue functioning?
In the event of loss of offsite power, at the 115, like if Mystic substation loses power at 115 kV and or 345 kV, then our facility will, disconnect entirely and not put any electrons into the grid.
Okay.
At those voltages.
Thank you. That concludes my questions on the project design segment. I'll now turn the floor to my colleague, Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Ms. Divakar. The next section we'll be covering is noise. I believe the majority of these questions.
And Brian, before you get started, I just want to confirm, Alan, do you need a break, or do you want to keep going for a little while?
Keep going for a little while is fine.
Okay. Continue on, Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. I believe the majority of these questions will be directed at Mr. Callahan, but anyone feel free to chime in. The first question is in reference to EFSB RC-1 and EFSB NO-1, where the company states that it's using mitigation measures such as low noise substation transformers, silencers on all containers and inverters, and sound attenuation barriers. My question is, how much lower would noise from a low noise substation transformer be generally compared to regular substation transformers? And if you could give that answer in decibels, please.
Sure. So substation transformers can be spec'd to lower noise values. Typically, those are in 6 decibel increments. From a standard level, they can be stepped down 6 decibels from that value. So that's a typical range of a low noise transformer.
And to be clear, how many times could that 6 decibel change or incrementation happen?
That's entirely dependent on the size of the transformer and potentially the manufacturer.
Do you know offhand the rating in terms of noise produced by these low noise substation transformers proposed for this project?
Yes. So our report presents the NEMA sound ratings that were utilized for the acoustic modeling. Let me just get to that section. So there are 3 main power transformers that were included in the acoustic model. 2 of them are 230 MVA transformers. One of those was assumed at 77 dBA as a NEMA rating. The other was assumed at 75 dBA as a NEMA rating. And the third transformer, which is a 115 MVA unit, was assumed as a 73 dBA NEMA sound rating.
Thank you. Are you aware of what those sound ratings would have been had they not been low noise substation transformers?
Again, that value varies depending on the size and manufacturer from unit to unit. These values are an average sound level that is measured at a distance of approximately 1 meter from the surface of the unit. And then that is used to represent it in the acoustic model.
Would you be able to give an average figure of a 230 MVA substation transformer at 1 meter in decibels?
Again, it's tough to put an average on it, but if it was an unquieted unit, then it might be 4 to 5 decibels louder than what was assumed for this study.
Thank you. Could you do the same for a 115 MVA substation transformer that's not quieted?
Yeah, I would say the same value would apply, 4 to 5 decibels louder.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, would there be a lower decibel rated substation transformer available for this project?
My understanding is substation transformers can be spec'd to be lower noise than what's assumed here. However, the project as a whole has been modeled as a cumulative value, and making the substation transformers quieter wouldn't necessarily translate to an overall lower sound level for the project.
Understood. Thank you. My next question is about the exterior wall height. The company could please confirm that the exterior wall will be 30.5 feet tall on the northern, western, and southern sides of each parcel, and 15 feet tall on the eastern sides of each parcel.
Yes, that is. Oh, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. And could the company please elaborate on the differences in the heights and how it determined 15 feet for the eastern sides of the parcels?
So these sound wall heights were determined based on the closest noise sensitive locations. and there are shorter distances to those locations in the northern and western directions as compared to the eastern direction.
In the event of a future abutter near on the 15-foot side, does the company foresee any negative consequences?
So the sound study was performed with respect to existing uses in the vicinity of the project. I would say the results of the modeling are also shown on figure 6.2 of the sound level assessment report, which shows what those sound levels would be via sound contours. Those are colored isopleth lines shown from the project, which does show what the sound level impacts would be from the project in all directions.
Mr. Callahan, is that figure 62?
Sorry, figure 6-2 of exhibit.
Thank you.
Of exhibit TERC1.
And could you provide a rough number in decibels of the differences expected at the 30.5-foot tall boundary line of the property and the 15-foot tall boundary line?
Based on the sound contour figure 6.2, the sound levels right at the property line in the eastern direction are approximately 55 dBA, and in the western direction, it's ranges from approximately 50 to 55 dBA.
Has the company consulted with Everett Land Co. about its future uses surrounding the property and how the sound may impact its future plans?
You want me to take that one, Brian?
Sure.
We've consulted regularly with Davis, and they don't have noise concerns with our project.
Thank you. The next question will be in reference to Exhibit TE-RC-1 at 7-1. I don't think it's necessary to pull up the exhibit, but just for your knowledge, that's where this question is coming from. The company states that the barriers will be constructed of materials with adequate thickness and density to provide appropriate sound level reductions, as well as have an absorptive interface corresponding to an absorption coefficient of at least 0.6. My question is, what materials would the perimeter walls consist of, both exterior and interior faces?
So for the purposes of acoustic modeling, the sound barrier wall is considered acoustically opaque. What that means is no sound will pass through the barrier of any significance as compared to sound that may propagate over the barrier. The materials that could achieve that level of reduction, there are a variety of materials that could achieve that. It could be a concrete product, a PVC product. There's certain metal products that can achieve that. So the modeling did not assume a specific material for the sound wall, just the performance of the wall.
And though, to be clear, those materials you were referencing are for the exterior as well as the interior face, or would they be different?
They could be different. The modeling for the project assumed that the interior face would be absorptive. The exterior did not have any special reflective or absorptive considerations, so that could be either.
Thank you. My final question on noise is from the exhibit TE-RC-1. Were different wall heights modeled in the sound model created, or different, to phrase it better, if different wall heights were tested in the sound model?
The modeling is an iterative process, so there were a variety of wall heights evaluated.
Thank you. If the company could provide those earlier versions tested, I would like to make that a record request.
And I'd object on relevance. We've proposed a project that meets the DEP noise standards. The other options the company evaluated with this respect aren't relevant or reasonably likely to lead to relevant information.
It sounds like the company has proposed a number of mitigation measures, and it seems like there are different approaches that could be taken to meeting the Mass DEP noise levels. And I'm just looking to see if the company, or perhaps the company, could expand on how it ultimately decided on the wall heights versus substation transformers. How would the company define the largest noise contributor? It sounds like the loudest of the equipment becomes the noise measurement that needs to be controlled. So based on that, what components has the company had to mitigate the most in this project?
Ryan, go ahead and answer if you'd like to.
Sure. So every significant noise producing component on the project site has included mitigation. So there are silencing kits proposed to be on every battery container. There are silencing kits proposed for every inverter, and then the substation transformers are low noise versions. And then in addition to all of that mitigation, a sound barrier wall is also proposed. So that mitigation is kind of a total package that is developed during our sound assessment process.
Thank you. And follow up, for my understanding, let's say the batteries are producing noise at a lower level than a transformer. Would it be fair to say that if the transformer does not have mitigation measures applied, the effect of the batteries would almost be non-consequential, or in its sum, does it provide a louder decibel rating?
So the study is done on a cumulative basis, assuming all of the equipment on the site is operating simultaneously at its maximum sound level. If you have two sound sources next to each other and one of them is 10 decibels quieter or more than the other, then the sound level is dominated by the louder piece of equipment. So if you have a scenario where the transformers are 10 decibels louder than the total of all the batteries operating, then the transformer level would be the dominant source.
Thank you. Could you please describe how these low noise transformers achieve a reduced noise?
There's a number of different techniques that are used. There can be different numbers of windings on the inside of the transformers. There can also be additional material, jacketing or metal material placed around the outside of the transformer. So those are the two main techniques that are used to make a quieter transformer.
Thank you. And could you please expand on the relationship between the cost and the lower noise achieved?
With respect to the
clarify, are you asking whether the noise mitigation equipment creates additional cost?
I'm interested in how much cost it is for the company or in general to go from a normal substation transformer to a low noise version of it.
I'd object that it's not relevant, given that none of this goes to ratepayer expense, the amount of the additional costs related to the noise mitigation issue.
Yeah. Yep. So in previous proceedings, the siting board staff have often asked questions related to just whether there is a diminishing return in more mitigation and so on. I kind of want to find that balance in terms of the wall heights and how much you're sort of mitigating the noise from a transformer, if that makes sense. Like, at what point is it too expensive to do anything further?
I don't have access to transformer pricing information, so I would be unable to answer that question.
I guess, Mr. Callahan, if you could indulge us a little bit more, did you consider even lower noise transformers to get even more savings, or is this just sort of you got to 9 dB and you said, okay, that's good?
So again, the transformers themselves are not necessarily the driving force for that 9 decibel increase. It's a total cumulative sound level from the project. So although a single transformer may be the single loudest component on the site, when we have hundreds of batteries and inverters, their cumulative level is at least as significant as that of the transformer. So by evaluating lower noise transformers, you don't see a direct correlation by making the transformer alone quieter with respect to the total project sound level.
Thank you. Could I apply that question to mitigation in general? For example, maybe the transformer sound isn't the issue here. Maybe if you were to add, for example, 5 more feet to your sound walls, would that have meaningfully decreased more, or is there a point? I'm trying to get at, is there a diminishing return for how much you're spending in terms of mitigation? Because I think, to put it bluntly, if there's a point where you can spend that, it doesn't cost any money and you can just layer on mitigation, why wouldn't we just have it all the way mitigated to really, really low value, if that makes sense? I kind of want to find that point, and whether the company has made efforts to get there.
Could you cover what point are you talking about? I'm not sure.
Just for example, if we're to say adding 5 feet would reduce the noise by 1 dBA, and that would actually cost 30 million to do. At that point, that doesn't become sort of economical to do so, because you're only achieving this amount of reduction for this amount of money. Like, I'm trying to find if there's a point where you get to the optimized amount spent on mitigation with the optimized amount of reductions.
Sure. So this is distinct, your question is distinct from whether or not the project meets the DEP noise policy.
Yeah, like I think it's the DP noise policy is something that we consider, but we also look at, for example, with EMF and noise, we look at trying to see if there are economical measures to reduce it even further, not just meeting a standard.
I think I can give a little more context that would be helpful. With a sound wall, once you break the line of sight from a source to a receptor, as you increase the wall height beyond that point, it starts to become diminishing returns. As far as increasing the wall by another foot, you'll only see potentially tenths of a decibel difference at the receivers, and that's the case for this project.
So just to close that loop, Mr. Callahan, you are saying that the wall height and other mitigation that you've proposed, for example, the mitigation including wall height you've proposed, you've considered that in your design, meaning you've considered the optimum amount of mitigation for noise reduction.
So the wall height at 30.5 feet shows that the project will comply with all the criteria, actually more than comply, because we're at a 9 and the limitation there is a 10 under a very conservative evaluation using a very low ambient sound level as compared to the maximum possible sound level that the project will produce.
You know, understanding that the Mass DEP standard is an existing standard, but do you understand where I'm getting at with asking about the amount of mitigation that could be added on if it's not too much more costly?
In general, I understand. I think if there was a single source that was driving the sound level and made sense to mitigate and could then correlate to a lower total project sound level, the project would have evaluated that and implemented that. As it stands now, again, every piece of equipment on the site has mitigation applied. So it's using quieting at the sound sources, which is the best possible mitigation strategy. And then in addition to that, it has also included a very tall 30.5 foot sound barrier wall. So beyond those measures, there are no simple mitigation approaches that could be included that would significantly change the conclusions of the report.
Thank you for elaborating on that for us. And just again, to be a little pedantic, if we could go to EFSB-NO-1. I just want to confirm, and if you're there, let me know, Mr. Callahan.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So, what you were saying just a minute before about the mitigation that you've proposed, the company has proposed rather, for mitigating noise of the project, the second paragraph here talks about additional sound attenuation barriers between the project and location 73, which does have the highest modeled, and understanding as well that that's a conservative.
I'm sorry, which does have the what modeled?
The highest modeled noise.
Thank you.
And understanding the rest of this response says that that's a conservative estimate. What you talked about before, I guess low hanging fruit in terms of mitigating noise, does that include the sound attenuation barriers you've included in this response?
Yes.
Okay. So, we went in a big circle to get at why we're approaching it this way. Is the company able to, maybe in a record request response, just sort of give us some more definition on additional mitigation? Just do a little exercise on, for example, the additional height, just so we can have some values to look at. Not that we're going to use it to evaluate the cost of the project, but just understanding this in terms of actual values, so that we have a better sense.
So
Yes,
that
sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
I was going to say, yes, we can do that. If I'm understanding what you're asking, Mr. Wang, it's the impact of increasing wall height and whether that has a significant cost component with it.
Correct. And additionally, understanding again, Mr. Callahan, your testimony that the amount of noise from the transformers isn't the contributor to noise, isn't the main contributor to noise for the project. Would you also be able to provide responses for additional costs and they can be, as I think we're understanding that it could be significantly more expensive, but we kind of just want to know what the options are and get a better sense of it for our record.
So that will be record request EFSB 3. That will be identifying additional mitigation considered regarding noise, as well as additional cost of additional mitigation regarding noise.
And go ahead, Mr. Tar.
No.
Oh, Mr. Callahan, did you get that? And Mr. Early, if you have any objections you have to anything there, please put them in the responses together with your response. Or not even an objection, just like qualifications that you want to make for the record. I think that would be helpful for our understanding too of the response.
I think based on the way that you've framed this, of just really trying to understand the impact, we should be able to respond to that without an objection. At least that's my initial reaction, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. Mr. Callahan, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone else on the panel have follow-up on what was talked about or more noise questions? Those were all that we prepared for right now.
I have one additional follow-up. Regarding the noise design for the noise barriers, is it my understanding that your indication is that construction materials and design for the noise barrier has not been completed yet, and you are not aware of what materials will be used for construction yet?
I am not aware of the specific material if one has been selected. Again, the modeling assumes that the barrier will achieve a specific performance, and then that can be achieved using many different types of materials.
Okay.
And
so there's no design yet.
I should perhaps address that also. The wall's going to be concrete on the outside, and then there's a noise reduction barrier that's added to that on the inside.
And what would the noise reduction barrier be?
I'm not sure what it's made of, but it's a common commercially available noise absorption material.
Oh, specifically designed for noise reduction.
Correct.
I just wanted some clarity regarding that. Does anybody else from EFSB have any additional questions? I'll recognize Mr. Green.
Good morning. Just wanted to follow up on, again, the topic of noise. So my understanding then is that the company's modeling demonstrates a 9 dB increase with the noise mitigation measures that have been incorporated in the project design relative to the DEP noise methodology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that leaves us with a sort of safety margin, if you will, of 1 dB relative to the 10 dB standard.
Well, the way that 9 is arrived at has much more conservatism built in. If you'd like me to elaborate, I could.
Yes, please do.
So we're talking about the potential increase to existing sound levels when we're evaluating the Mass DEP noise policy criteria. So the first step to do that is to document the existing sound levels. We measured sound levels at 7 different locations around the vicinity of the project. In the instance of receptor 73, where we have a 9 decibel increase, we assigned that location the lowest possible value that was measured actually further away from the industrial park out in the neighborhood. We could have assigned it a location that was on the same road on Beecham Street, which has a higher ambient, but in an effort to be as protective as possible, we assumed that location was as quiet as the neighborhood further tucked away. So we're using a very conservative value as a starting point. And then the modeling predictions are also conservative for the reasons I mentioned previously, with uncertainty and the assumption that everything will run concurrently at that moment in time when the quietest sound level is happening.
My understanding of noise modeling is that the ground conditions, the actual texture, materials that are actually present on the surface has something to do with noise propagation. Do you see that as a variable here between what you've measured as ambient versus what would happen post-construction?
No, the model in this case has assumed a hard ground surface, so a ground absorption factor of 0, which is representative of concrete or water, because we are in an urban area. So that is as conservative as the model could possibly be set to in that instance.
In many of our recent decisions, the board has imposed conditions that require post-construction noise measurements to confirm the pre-construction modeling, and particularly with regard to the DEP noise policy thresholds of 10 dB, and in some cases, the pure tone threshold as well. Do you have any recommendations for how such a condition could be devised that would be appropriate for this project and in this location?
Objection, Andy, or excuse me, Mr. Green, are you asking Mr. Callahan on how the testing would occur? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
I'm looking for any recommendations on how a confirmatory test of compliance with the DEP noise threshold could be worded in a condition if the siting board chooses to have such a condition as part of an approval for the project.
It seems to be more of a legal issue than an issue for Mr. Callahan. So it may be, to the extent you're looking for that information, it may be more appropriate as a record request.
I'm not necessarily looking for sort of, legal or regulatory interpretation of the standard as much as I am, any measurement protocols that might be appropriate for a confirmation test. Confirmation testing is not uncommon for projects that are, again, sort of navigating, noise mitigation issues, and ideas that might be appropriate for the condition would be where the measurement should be taken, what time, under what operational conditions. Those are not necessarily legal questions. So that's the kind of recommendation that I'm looking for, or at least understanding, to help inform a condition that is very likely in a board approval.
So what you just described would all be part of a protocol that would need to be developed to proceed with a type of post-construction sound compliance activity. So a sound monitoring protocol would be developed that laid out all of the proposed locations, the equipment to be used, the time of day or night, and the operational conditions that would need to be evaluated.
That's very helpful. And, again, in the spirit of trying to inform the wording of a condition that the board may use in its decision, I would like to offer the company an opportunity to provide us with what Mr. Callahan just described as a noise protocol that the company would recommend for confirmation testing once the project, let's say, is operational.
Just for context, are you referring to, I don't believe that there was any noise confirmation testing in the Cranberry Point. I believe any noise confirmation testing in Medway was agreed to by the company beforehand. Are you looking for a creation of a policy based on what Medway has done? What is it that you're looking for? Are you looking? It's unclear to me.
I'm not necessarily looking for a policy. I'm looking for a recommendation as to how the company would propose a confirmation test to demonstrate the result of project operation that informs the modeling that the approval might be based on, as well as compliance with DEP noise policy.
Okay. No, I understand what you're asking for now. Yeah, we can take a record request on that. I think that would be the easiest way to handle it.
That will be record request EFSB 4 for a noise recommendation from the company regarding confirmation testing for operational noise.
Thank you.
Director Green, do you have any additional questions?
Nope, I'm good.
The panel recognizes Ms. Foster Evans.
I have a follow-up. The company has described various conservative assumptions that they've made with their noise modeling. And recognizing that the use around the battery system, use of that property, is likely to change over time as things are being redeveloped there. Could you speak to how the company assumed in its noise modeling maybe additional buildings or changes to the impervious surfaces around the facility, the changes that are going to happen with redevelopment of that greater piece of property there?
So the noise study was performed for the existing conditions. So the way that the industrial and commercial park exists today. And that is what the modeling and the ambient monitoring were based on. Any future changes around the vicinity of the project could potentially include additional mechanical equipment on other building roofs or ground mounted, which would have an impact on the existing ambient sound levels. So all of the ambient sound levels that were measured as a basis of comparison for this study wouldn't necessarily be the same under that future condition.
Would the addition of more buildings in the area, whatever type of building, have an impact on the sound, how the sound is perceived around the building?
Just to object to the extent it calls for speculation without knowing the specific buildings that will be there, but go ahead, Ryan.
I can ask it in your, Mr. Callahan, in your expert opinion, as you are appearing as an expert in this matter, would the addition of buildings around such a facility as the Trimont facility change the noise, how noise is perceived outside of the Trimont facility?
Yes, anytime additional structures or objects are included in a modeling analysis, it's going to change how that sound propagates or reflects off of different surfaces. So it would be a different result.
So additional buildings could conceivably either absorb sound or reflect sound. Is that correct?
Generally, they would be reflecting sound unless they were specifically designed to be absorptive, and it would depend on where they were located and how tall they were.
Okay. So as construction, as the build out that Davis is doing in that area happens, we could end up with more equipment that has more sound, could change the ambient sound. There's a variety of factors. Could change the reflection of the sound produced by the facility. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. But the company did not actually make any assumptions about that and model those potential changes.
No, we have not.
And can I ask why? What was the company's decision to stick with current conditions?
Well, that is the typical approach for doing a sound study, is to evaluate the existing conditions and then model the future conditions with respect to the project. So that's what was done in this case.
Okay. Despite the fact that we know this neighborhood is going to change, it's drastically changed. Okay. Alrighty. I'm fine with this set of questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Keller.
Thank you.
At this time, I just want to confirm, does the intervener have any additional questions, either Eversource or District Gas, for Mr. Callahan? Any specific questions regarding noise or Mr. Callahan's testimony?
Eversource does not.
Sorry, Domag has none as well.
All right. If I'm seeing and hearing no additional information that would be needed for Mr. Callahan at this time, I'm understanding that we had discussed this earlier. I would allow Mr. Callahan to leave the panel, understanding that if we did have any additional follow-up questions, we may provide notice to Mr. Early and have some additional questions for him. However, at this time, I don't have any additional follow-up. So we will dismiss you from the panel, Mr. Callahan. Additionally, we will be taking our 1 hour lunch break, as we've been going for 2 hours at this point. So we will meet back at 1 o'clock. At this time, we will go off the record in 2505 DPU 24152. Again, back on the record at 1 o'clock.
And Wayne, I sent you an email. If you could respond when you have a chance, please. Thanks.
Just for clarity, to close it out, there is no redirect from Trimont.
I'll put that on the record when we come back.
Okay, thank you. Hans, you may want to just update your name again, similar to what you did before.
And Mr. Early, you'll need to sign into real time again.
Thank you, Alan. Howard, you'll just want to update your name the same way the presiding officer asked us to earlier. And presiding officer Tar, when we get back online, Mr. Detweiler can provide the information about the main power transformers that was asked before. When we're back.
Give everyone one more minute and then we'll go back on the record. Mr. Wong, is Andy going to be coming back?
Yes, he's. Oh, sorry, he didn't text you. He will be back momentarily, but he said not to wait.
Okay. All right. We will now go back on the record in EFSB 2505, DPU 24152, the Everett battery project. We had left off, I'd like to follow up where we had left off with Mr. Early regarding redirect examination of any of his witnesses as we left off.
Prime Mount has no redirect of Mr. Callahan.
Okay. And during the break, Mr. Early, you had indicated that there was some follow-up regarding one of the questions that was asked during the morning session. Would you like to expound on the follow-up?
Yes, there are questions about the number of main power transformers. Mr. Detweiler can provide additional information on that.
Yes, thank you. So as noted in Exhibit EE-RC-1, Section 7.3, page 7-1, there are 4 main power transformers and 3 types of main power transformers. So there's one 230 MVA at 115 kV, and then there are 3 345 kV transformers, one of which is 115 MVA, and the other 2 of which are 230 MVA at 345 kV.
And just to clarify for the court reporter, I believe Mr. Detweiler is referring to Exhibit TE, not Exhibit EE.
Does anyone from the EFSB have any follow-up regarding the response provided by Mr. Detweiler from this morning?
I don't have follow-up on that response, Mr. Detweiler. Thank you for pulling that up. That's helpful. I do have some follow-up on some of the questions asked this morning. If this is the time to ask it, Mr. Tar.
It is that time. We're going to proceed forward further with the general questions as we had previously outlined. Then we'll go into some more specific information, understanding that we no longer have the witness regarding noise present at this time. We'll proceed forward with our questions. Mr. Wong.
Thank you. So I guess, Mr. Tar, you meant we're doing general and then we're going to environmental. Oh, no, sorry. The other topics?
If there's any remaining general questions, please proceed forward with those and then proceed forward with environmental questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mosier, this morning, in response to some questions by Ms. Divakar, regarding the Gentile route, you had pointed us to TE-HM-14. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm looking at TE-HM-14 right now, and am I correct in saying that this is these plans are for the depth of the line?
In Exhibit TEHM14, you are correct. The only changes that were modified were regarding elevations, not any substantive plan view changes to the duct bank alignment. And the vertical changes that you see clouded in red on the right-hand side of that exhibit were made at the request of Eversource.
I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Detweiler, this morning we were talking about auxiliary equipment. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Does the company also have auxiliary power equipment, meaning sort of backup power for the HVAC systems and so on, and separate from what you described as auxiliary equipment before?
Yes.
Thank you. And would questions on those systems be more pertinent to Mr. Ryder, or would you be able to answer some follow-up questions on that later on as well?
It would depend on the question. So, probably best to try me, and then if I need to refer to Mr. Ryder, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay, that's all I have for cleanup. I believe either Ms. Divakar or Mr. Wilmer have questions. Ms. Divakar, you might have the auxiliary power questions you want to follow up on. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Ms. Divakar, were you able to get through the auxiliary questions as you liked?
I believe you're on mute, Ms. Divakar.
Yeah, thank you. It is my preference. I will get back to it the week of August 25th, because it might have to do with safety issues. Thank you. But I have one clarifying question to ask. So to one of the questions that was asked this morning, we did discuss schedules, the construction schedules, right? Could Mr. Mosher, direct me to the exhibit that he said had the latest schedule?
Howard, are you frozen, or did you hear the question?
Oh, I didn't hear a question. My apologies. Could you I thought you were acknowledging that we pointed you in that direction. So I was waiting for a question.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I got the exhibit right. You had pointed us to an exhibit where you mentioned that had the latest construction schedule.
Yes, I have it as EFSB G-1.
Okay.
Mr. Moser, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it EFSB G-1 or is it EFSB G-1 supplement 1 as referred to in the response?
My header is cut off on my printed copy, so it's a Gantt chart with a number of lines. It says Tri-Mount remaining approvals list and anticipated schedule of approvals and construction.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I am out remaining what?
I'll repeat. The exhibit is named Tri-Mount hyphen remaining approvals list and anticipated schedule of approvals / construction. It may have been under EFSB G1 parenthetical 1, but it's a one-page Gantt chart.
I can confirm that's the exhibit that he is referring to.
Thank you.
Also to confirm, on that Gantt chart, construction is indicated as a single subheading and is just indicated from 2026 Q1 to 2027 Q3.
Let me get my magnifying glasses on, if you don't mind. The construction line is indicating construction commencing first quarter 2026 and being completed approximately the third quarter of 2027 with testing and commissioning following.
And there's no individual breakdown regarding construction as far as process whatsoever. That hasn't been provided.
To the best of my knowledge, no. Not in my testimony.
Just for my general clarity, what would the general process be for construction? Like, what would first steps versus what would last steps be?
I could speak generically, but we have two sites. We have the northern two subsites, including the Gentai. So it's very likely that construction could be proceeding on the north side of the parcels and the south side of the parcels and the Gentai all simultaneously, which is very likely because you have the Gentai component as well. Site preparation would usually include the preparation of perimeter controls for soil erosion barriers, silt control, things of that nature. And then you would typically see some subgrade preparation. And at that point forward, the contractor, depending on how they decide to proceed, could either kind of attack both sites simultaneously with certain foundation or ground improvement elements to create the foundations for the equipment, and could be concurrently with all that activity constructing duct banks before they're able to bring in the pieces of equipment that have been discussed separately under this testimony. So the means and methods based on the selected contractor will really vary how that one line would get broken down into subtasks, but it's very likely from the ground and work your way upwards and laterally simultaneously to create all the interconnectivity.
Would it be fair to say that you haven't secured the contract yet with the contractor for the build? Is that being delayed based on approvals?
It's my understanding that the contractor has not been awarded a final contract, or a contractor has not been awarded a final contract.
Okay. And just for my clarity, just as I recall from the site visit, when is it anticipated that Jupiter will be delivered the remediated site in its completed as is for when construction should begin? When will the remediation complete?
Howard, do you want me to take some of that?
If you have it, yeah.
Yeah. So we're anticipating the remediation will be complete in 2026.
So would it be fair to say that there's an updated construction schedule if remediation isn't complete based on your anticipated timeline?
Yeah, to augment my answer and to augment Mr. Mosher's answer earlier, when you commence construction, some of the first things you do is order equipment that's long lead procurement. And so, for example, like we've actually already ordered the transformers and breakers for the project. The construction of the Gentai line may be treated separately than the construction of the BESS project itself. And so like actual physical what people think of as actual physical construction, people digging in the ground, would likely commence with the Gentai line, and that could proceed even if that could proceed in advance of the construction of the full BESS project site.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to Mr. Wilmer or Ms. Divikar if they have additional questions. I know that they have some environmental questions they want to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. I'd like to return to the general questions, actually, that we had kind of omitted to get to noise, going back to those. Now, the first question is regarding the weight of the silencer equipment. And if the company could please confirm that the silencer weight 600 kilograms as shown in EFSB NO-2 was taken into consideration for the steel supports of the original stack design.
Believe, Mr. Wilmer, you're referring to some testimony that I don't have handy, wasn't part of my testimony, but in terms of the weights of the equipment, and the conceptual model that you saw presented, this final steel sizes supporting those equipment had not yet been finalized, as equipment, final equipment weights were not available based on the procured batteries. However, I believe that the concept would remain unchanged of a structural framing system that would be designed for the final selection, including all the appropriate weights. So the design is flexible enough to incorporate additional weight, just it would require additional structural steel.
Thank you. The next question is regarding EFSB W-3. The company states that the critical project elements will be designed with redundant waterproofing. Could you please explain what project elements are identified as critical?
Thank you. I'm looking at that reference document. As we stated, during the MEPA process, the site was analyzed using the Resilient Mass Action tool, the RMAT. What the project's committed to is critical project elements being elevated. The critical project elements will be evaluated on final equipment selection. Some equipment is all meant to be exterior, so it doesn't all have to be elevated. But if there's an element within that equipment that needs to be protected above that elevation, it will be elevated above that elevation. The good news is that most of the site is being elevated under the baseline conditions, so most of it will be above those elevations. And I'll just give like a generic example, not one specific, but if there's a certain interconnect of two wires that needs to be like, it can be 3 feet off the base of the floor of something, that would be elevated. So it's going to depend on the final equipment selection, and elevations can be adjusted through the pedestals or the pads that they're placed upon to elevate them, because the site's being predominantly elevated above those elevations anyways.
Thank you. And could you also, I think you've gotten to this a little bit, but could you expand on how they incorporate redundant waterproofing in their design? Are these watertight elements? What is meant by that exactly?
I believe that the intention that we wrote, that I wrote, was that they would be elevated and they're meant to be enclosed in an exterior proof environment. So by the elevation and by the design of the systems themselves, they're meant to be exposed to normal rainfall and elevated above flood, projected flood elevations. In
reference to EFSB A-1, How would the company properly dispose of the SF6 when decommissioning the project?
If you'll give me a moment, I'm referring to A-1.
Take your time.
So A-1 does not refer to the disposition at the end of life. As a general matter, our company will follow all regulations as regards any hazardous materials and the disposal of those materials. And in the event of components that are not hazardous, we attempt to recycle as much as we can.
Could you please expand on how the company would properly dispose of retired batteries?
Retired lithium ion is a commodity that there is already a significant recycling infrastructure being built for those batteries to recover those components. So we would anticipate significant preponderance of the battery components being recycled.
Does the company have a decommissioning plan currently in place for the project?
Not to the best of my knowledge for this project yet.
Does the company expect to have one?
Yes.
Could you approximate a date for that decommissioning plan?
The decommissioning plan will be included along with the other final consultation, for example, with the fire protection agencies. So it'll be, prior to construction for sure.
Has the company had experience in disposing of batteries or SF6 to date?
So the company operates a significant number of projects, and some components reach the end of their life at those facilities. And yes, they are disposed of or recycled appropriately, consistent with all regulation.
Thank you. My next question is regarding traffic.
Just one follow-up on the SF6 questions, line of questionings. Could the company speak to, is there any other type of SF6 like or insulating gas that you're using for your electrical equipment on site?
SF6 is the industry standard, and it's what's available for this project. We're constantly evaluating other alternatives that may become available and are open to those. But at this time, it's the industry standard.
Thank you. Foster Evans.
Yes, I'd like to follow up on the decommissioning plan conversation. Has the company discussed the city of Everett's desires regarding any kind of decommissioning or site restoration at this point in time? And if so, could you give us a little flavor for what those discussions are?
We have coordinated with the city of Everett and the planning department in particular on the decommissioning plan, and have indicated that we would provide a decommissioning plan prior to construction. This facility is intended to be an extraordinarily long life facility. The life of the substation components in particular stretches for decades. So, we're acquiring the land in fee. It's not a lease. Our plan is to operate it as a battery facility in perpetuity.
When the company does put together its understanding what you just said, but when the company has indicated that it will put together a decommissioning plan, and when the company does that, will the city of Everett have an opportunity to weigh in on that plan before it's really finalized, at least final as far as before the construction begins?
Yes, we will work with the city on the decommissioning plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
One additional follow-up, just because you indicated that the project would be in perpetuity. Is there an anticipated plan regarding the life of the batteries, considering how many batteries will be on site? Is there an anticipated retirement of certain sections of the batteries or certain part, like redoing the batteries on the northern parcel after 20 years, or is this an as needed? Has there been any discussion regarding in perpetuity changeover of the batteries as they decompose and their life ends up being spent?
We have not yet developed a specific plan. We intend to seek a contract for Clean Peak certificates in the DOER RFP that was released on July 31st. And that RFP clearly contemplates 20-year contracts. 20 years is roughly akin to the anticipated life of the batteries. As I indicated previously, the substation components have a significantly longer lifetime than the battery components. So while we certainly have no specific plans, at a very general level, the concept is that the batteries would be removed, recycled, disposed of as appropriate at the end of the initial life, and could be refinanced. There will also be, through the life of the project, some replacement of individual battery modules as just a normal part of O&M. So that will continue as well.
One additional follow-up. As we are aware, batteries are evolving and becoming better technology year by year. So as these batteries are being decommissioned, has there been any consideration to the interconnection for any contemplated new batteries that would be coming on the market, or new technologies that could replace the existing style of battery that's being used in the current configuration?
We have no plans to add to the total capacity of the project. So we have no plans to exceed 700 megawatts for the project. Yeah, we have no plans for that at this point.
Has there been any consideration of future technologies in the planning of the current project? As far as,
if we wanted to go beyond 700 megawatts, we would need to do new grid studies, and those studies would be obviously dependent on the grid conditions at this time. So it's really very speculative to guess what the parameters of that study might be at this time. So as a practical matter, we're really not looking beyond, the initially financed potential project.
And this will be my last follow-up question regarding this. When the project ends up going into the long-term battery life and the batteries end up being decommissioned, how many batteries would need to stay online in order to maintain the committed energy levels for the substation? So how many batteries would be able to be offline or non-functional on site?
We have not yet selected the specific batteries and specific supplier of the batteries. So, we don't yet know how many batteries there will be on the site, and we cannot calculate, what the minimum number of batteries would be to maintain any specific level.
And then I know I'm asking a lot of follow-up questions, but as far as so it appears the company had chosen 700 megawatts. Could you guys expand on why 700 was chosen?
I'm trying to recall, was there a data request to this question? I'd like to refer to that. So I'm not seeing a data request. At a high level, we selected 700 megawatts because we had studied the Mystic substation and the likely available amount of injection capacity that would not require upgrades. And as a result of those studies, we determined that 700 megawatts was optimal.
Mr. Detweiler, if you could refer to EFSB-N-4, is that what you might have been looking for in terms of the information request? And I think it's helpful that you connected the dots between your answer and what Connor was asking, or Mr. Tar.
Yes, thank you. EFSB N-4, my response to that is what I was referring to. Thank you.
So would it be fair to say that the restraint on why it's not above 700 would be related to upgrade costs at the substation?
Correct.
Just to clarify, Presiding Officer Tar, you're talking about why the current plan, not previously Mr. Detweiler was talking about the limitations on changing the capacity.
I'm sorry, Mr. Early, you went out.
Yeah.
You're talking about?
To clarify, you were talking about the current plan as compared to the ability to change the capacity, as Mr. Detweiler was referencing before.
Yes, this is the current capacity of the planned battery project as it is now, not related to any modifications or changes due to any upgrades in technology or decommissioning later on. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Wilmer. I think you had one additional question for traffic.
Sorry to keep going back to these questions.
Or Mr. Wong.
Yes, I apologize. Mr. Detweiler, did we hear correctly that you said the batteries you're looking to procure here or have in fact put orders in on are 20-year lifespan batteries?
Approximately.
Okay. Is that newer? And maybe this is just because I don't have a deep knowledge of all batteries, but for the Cranberry Point and Medway Grid cases, we were looking at 10-year span batteries. Are these batteries different or newer?
I'm not familiar enough with other projects to speak to how they derived their answers.
Okay. Thank you. And if you could also indulge me further on the SF6 questions again. I know you stated that the company is using the industry standard SF6, but will be looking or will consider other alternatives as they become appropriate. Do you have knowledge of what those other alternatives might be, and could you speak to them, or would you be able to provide that in a record request?
No, and I'm not reasonably optimistic that there's any new alternative coming anytime soon, just to be clear.
Thank you. Would you be able to do a little research and put that in a record request as to what other types of technologies might be emerging or not?
Sorry, please complete your question.
Yeah, might be emerging or might also be used in other cases.
I'm sorry, Wayne, you dropped out.
Might also be emerging or might be used in other cases.
We would be open to new technologies if they were available. Right now, SF6 is the industry standard. We don't see anything coming that's appropriate, that's an alternative for this project.
I just want some clarification. So would the company be able to provide that as a record request in order to indicate what it's saying after maybe some additional research to confirm?
I don't believe that there's anything for us to provide.
I just like that formalized as record request EFSB 5, indication on any additional technologies that may or may not be emerging in the field of battery or energy storage, that may or may not be deployed as part of this this project in the future, or would have been considered. Mr. Wong, do you have any additional follow-up?
I do not. I just want to add to clarify to that question that it's related to SF6, just to be clear for the record.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm done for right now. I think go back to Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Moving on to a traffic question. In reference to EFSB T-1, the company states that the contractor will be responsible for preparing any City of Boston required traffic or construction management plans. What input would the company intend to have in developing the traffic management plan?
Can you ask that last part of the question again, Mr. Wilmer?
Sure. What input would the company intend to have in developing the traffic management plan?
So typically in the City of Boston, the construction management plan is an agreement between the contractor and the city's transportation department, which it's not a certain set of rules, but the contractor will have to show how management of traffic is maintained during construction operations. It would be my anticipation that the selected contractor will be informing the company of their intention vis-a-vis how the company has done outreach with various departments in the past and made the commitment. But it is an agreement between the selected contractor, and they're going to have to do it specific to the alignment of the Gentile line. I would expect a similar level of coordination with the City of Everett.
Thank you. To clarify, the company does not directly have any involvement in that coordination?
I think just in a matter of good contractor owner relations, but it's the contractor's responsibility to secure that permit prior to getting the street opening permit, the trench permit. But I don't imagine there will be a scenario where the contractor is doing anything that would impact a community without at least some interfacing with the owner's team.
Thank you. I will hand it over to Ms. Divakar to continue with traffic questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilma. Well, I'd like to discuss staging area locations at this point.
I'm sorry, to discuss what?
I'd like to discuss staging area locations at this point. So the reference is to the company's discussion of staging area identification in the petition at page 23 and Mr. Datwala's testimony. Now, we also have from the project plans that the company submitted, some site plans which do show, staging areas. I'm just curious whether the location of staging areas for the project locations have been finalized.
The locations for the staging areas have not been finalized.
May I ask what would be the criteria the company would apply in identifying where they would be located?
The construction firm would lead the effort in finalizing appropriate staging areas based on their own logistics system.
So the reason I ask is I do see, boundaries of staging areas provided for the southern parcel at this point. So I'm assuming that there have been some criteria by which those were identified. Just want to understand what those criteria were and if they had any impact, if they will have any consideration of traffic.
Could I ask what exhibit you saw the staging area on?
So this would be the conceptual site plan, which is part of exhibit TEHM2.
Okay.
And the drawing I am referring to is, I think, C200.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this something that
I see the exhibit, and I can explain what that laydown area is on C-200S.
Mm-hmm.
As part of our site planning for the project, we wanted to reserve an area on the site that could be used for ongoing operations. And in case of any equipment needing replacement or just temporary storage, we didn't want to overprogram the collective sites. So this laydown that you're seeing on exhibit C-200S is meant for post initiation of operations, ongoing any maintenance and operations activity, not the construction period laydown area, which would be separate.
And at what point do we have such clarity in terms of design? Where is the design, and at what point are we expecting such clarity?
So I think in terms of the laydown shown on the C-200S exhibit, that's fairly good clarity on where the company would store equipment temporarily during ongoing maintenance. As Mr. Detweiler mentioned, the selection of the contractor could influence where the contractor wants to stage, because a contractor may already have control of land in that area that could be used. So the temporary construction prior to operations, where that laydown is, could shift and it could be dependent upon this final selection of a contractor because they may already control some land in the project vicinity.
Okay.
And that would have to be included in their construction management plans.
Yeah. Yeah. And I heard you say that the contractor is also responsible for the traffic management plan and the consultative process involved, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, in the ENF, the at page 7-1, the company submitted that during normal operations, there would be no perceptible impact on traffic conditions in the area, including along the Beecham Street corridor. I'm just curious about what happens during the construction stage. Are you anticipating changes in traffic patterns because of the movement of vehicles across the sites, material, and personnel?
I don't have the specific ENF reference, but I did speak to construction traffic and other testimony. It's my belief that the general pattern and of traffic will be relatively unimpacted by construction. There's a roadway network that's established that does carry heavy commercial, industrial, and other traffic throughout the neighborhood. It's I believe that the access points will be from Beecham in general and occasionally on Robin Street for the southern parcel, and that the construction vehicles will be experienced in that area similar to they are now when the casinos are constructed or other adjacent projects, but no major changes in patterns. The traffic will probably ebb and flow during the course of construction with some periods of light traffic. And then if we do have a heavy concrete pour example, there might be a concentrated burst of activity, which is typical with any construction project, whether it's battery storage or commercial development.
So if I hear you right, you're saying Beecham Street is used for such traffic flows at this point, and the development of other projects in the vicinity is going to also impact the movement along Beecham Street?
It could, yes.
And still you don't think because of the configuration of the sites being on either side of the Beecham Street, there would be no substantial increase in traffic volumes for the movement between these sites?
I suspect that will not be the case. And I expect that will be an area of attention as the contractor works with the city of Everett to prevent heavy crossing traffic.
Thank you.
I would like to add to that answer too. Just we have coordinated with neighbors such as District Gas and the metals recycling facility and Encore, and we've assured them that we'll coordinate with them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Detweiler.
Thank you. Those were the questions I had on the topic of traffic. If anyone among my colleagues has any further questions.
I just want to follow up, Ms. Divakar. You were referencing EFSB W3 Supplement 1, which was the ENF report. Page is 7-1, which is phase 1 transportation, just for clarity.
Thank you. Yeah. Since there seem no more questions on the topic of traffic, I'll now move on to water and stormwater related questions. Now, referring to the project plan drawing at C101, this is part of the exhibit TEHM 2. Could you identify the length of land that is subject to coastal storm flowage?
I'm sorry, subject is coastal storm what?
Coastal storm flowage.
Thank you.
On C101.
Yes.
That information is not explicitly contained on C101, but I could identify that outside looking at the exhibit if I had some time to just to look at it. So maybe we could circle back on that later if that's permissible.
Definitely. So what I see on that plan are segments. So that plan has been divided into different sheets, which have then been detailed further on in the exhibit. So
I'm sorry, which had then been detailed what?
In the exhibit. So I would like to understand which of those sheets should I be referring to for this information? I would also want to know for across these sheets, where do we identify the zone AE of the FEMA flood insurance rate map? But we could circle back, as you said.
Yeah, please allow me that the drawings I have are at a small scale, and I will be able to point you to certain information, assuming it's on that sheet.
Thank you. So moving on, now this is with reference to pages 3 and 12 of the stormwater report that was provided, Exhibit DEHM3. Could you explain what is meant by land use with higher potential pollution loads?
Under the Massachusetts stormwater standards, they define certain uses as land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. Those are projects, for example, that generate large volumes of traffic, or marinas, auto repair facilities, and things of that nature, which the state has experienced land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. Our project does not qualify as a land use with higher potential pollutant load.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
that was page 3.
Everything is frozen.
So what did you hear last, Alan?
Our project does not qualify as a land use with higher potential pollutant loads is the last thing I have.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
So you were then trying to get back to the pages. Is there something that you needed to clarify?
No, I was just looking at the pages to make sure.
Now, referring to page 4 of the stormwater report, could you explain what the company means by stabilization of the existing site? What I'm interested is in understanding what is its implication for pervious cover area.
Excellent question. Thank you. In this context, right now it's a dynamic situation where the site was 100% impermeable under its pre-collective project state. The ponds were lined or bermed or concrete bunkers. As part of the remedial activities that are being conducted by others ahead of this project, those covers have been removed, and after they're done with the remedial work, the surface will have to be stabilized. The stabilized could be with some dust control agent. It could be with stone. It could be with pavement. It's as the project, the remediation project evolves, the covers will be established, all with the goal of reducing the migration of dust and sediment from the site that's in the control of the seller. And then in the existing drainage report, we outline what we use for the analysis condition.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we could refer to page 11 of the stormwater report. So there, it is mentioned that infiltration is not a feasible option for stormwater recharge on this historically contaminated site. Now, there is a figure 3 in the same report, the stormwater report, which actually shows the pervious area on the site as proposed. So could you explain the provision of still providing pervious area on the site? And if there is no infiltration allowed for this particular site, what is the function of this pervious area?
Thank you for those references and for the question. If based on the question, I would clarify on page 11 where we said infiltration was not considered feasible. For the purposes of this answer, I'm going to say it'd be concentrated infiltration, where we direct a lot of water to a single facility to then infiltrate. By sending and directing a lot of water to a centralized infiltration system, we could be altering patterns below grade. However, in contrast, on figure 3, we're showing some permeable surface areas. Permeable surface areas will not have that same effect as just pushing a lot of water to a single point and potentially altering the hydrogeologic conditions below grade. It'll act more naturally as if rainfall was falling on a permeable landscape. With that said, the soils that are anticipated here, as outlined elsewhere, are probably not going to be well draining, but they will be permeable. So they're not necessarily a contradiction, but it's a good question. And it's because we don't want to concentrate a lot of water below grade and have it alter below grade conditions, but also the soils below the ground are just not capable of receiving a concentrated amount of water sent to a centralized infiltration system.
Thanks for the clarity. So this permeable layer that you're talking of, is this laid over and above the clean fill?
I'm sorry, over and above the what?
Clean fill or the clean.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very likely it could be clean fill with the meadow mix or other planting soils very shallowly placed on top of it. It's not meant to be a deep layer of newly introduced permeable material. It'll just be of the soil that could be used as clean cover, meeting the MCP requirements, RCS1, I believe, and it could be a small amount of amendment to allow for the meadow mix to establish within the site boundaries where it's indicated.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I also heard you say that the soil on the site after, once it is handed over to you is not capable of, large scale infiltration and therefore collection of infiltrated water or therefore contamination. So my question would be, now there is this permeable layer and there is soil that was stabilized, remediated and handed over to the company.
I'm sorry, and there was soil that was stabilized, what?
Stabilized, remediated and handed over to the company. So my question, I'm curious about how does the permeable layer drain?
So the area, just for illustration's sake, if we were to look at that figure 3 where it's green, that would be planting mix. And if a small amount of permeable soil is there and it did hit rain, during the right season, the water would be taken up in the root zone of the plants and evapotranspirated. Otherwise, if the soil has reached its water-bearing capacity, it would run overland, which is all included in the models. We know the underlying soils are not extremely well draining, and even though we're providing a permeable, we've accounted for it in what we call the hydrologic curve number, that it won't receive a lot of water. Before then, it would just kind of run off as general runoff and be directed to our internal collection and treatment and detention systems.
Okay. So I'd like you to walk us through, the drainage layout on the north and south parcels, referring to the project plans.
Sure. And I'm going to start with the northern parcel, which is perhaps a little bit simpler. In general, the anything within the proposed perimeter wall, or almost everything within the proposed perimeter wall, will be directed to inlets, which will have sumps for primary treatment, and then will be conveyed to detention systems. The detention system is the tool that is being used to reduce flow rates. Following detention, it'll be directed to what is currently proposed are sand filters. The sand filters will then provide the water quality treatment that we outlined in our stormwater management report. And from there, it'll overflow to a private system owned by the Everett Land Company. So big benefit from existing conditions, more detention, which means reduced rates and improved water quality, which we're excited about. On the southern parcel, it is generally organized the same way, where surface runoff within the wall is primarily directed to inlets which go to detention to sand filters, with the exception that at a certain point on the southern parcel, particularly as you move south, we're unable to convey that just by gravity, and it'll be directed to a pump system. The pumps will then discharge that effluent to either further detention and treatment or directly into the same pipe that the northern parcel will ultimately connect to, that it's privately owned. So the basic tools are the same. It's just the southern parcel introduces the need for a pump due to elevation changes.
Mr. Moser, could you indicate where on Exhibit TEHM2 you're describing, if you could?
I will attempt so.
Maybe cite to the
Please hold.
Page number.
Please hold.
So this is
That was in the stormwater report, Mr.
Yeah,
Tar.
so
So,
figure
okay.
3.
So if I were to direct your attention to the exhibit you referenced, sheet C300N, for example.
Mhm.
On the left-hand side, almost the entirety of the left-hand side, you'll see a series of grid lines underneath the roadway. You'll see those same shapes in the roadways between the oval-shaped battery and equipment arrays at the northern end of the site. Those grid lines represent detention chambers. Those are the detention chambers. And then at the top, you'll see there's a label sand filter, which points to a box, which is the thin line that has a dog leg shape. It starts approximately 80%, 85% of the way up the left side, and then it takes a 90-degree bend to the east. That is the sand filter array. And that's where treatment gets achieved. And on the far right, you'll see a unique line type of gray with a circle, white, gray, and it crosses the property line. That's our connection to the master plan's drainage system, for example. And I think the same symbology is used on the south parcel. Where you see the exception is on the south, and I'm referencing now Exhibit C300S. At the very bottom left, you'll see a label stormwater pump chamber, and that's where the pump discharge is elevating water, so it gets risen up, it's further detained and treated, and then it gets sent on its way.
Okay. Thank you. That's useful. So my question will be, so from the kind of low, LID that you are mentioning is on the site, the functions seem to be detention, and then there is, you said, primary treatment. Primary treatment, is it just sedimentation, or what is the mode of treatment there?
So the inlets will have sumps to catch the rough sediments.
Okay. Yeah, there'll be grates and yeah.
There'll be inlet grates and sumps.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I asked, so there would be grates, 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 grates. And lastly, you mentioned sand filters. What are the kind of contaminants that get removed by sand filters typically?
The contaminants that we are designing the sand filters to remove are sediments, suspended solids, and nitrogen and phosphorus. So nutrients.
So you're saying with all of these LIDs in place, what exits the discharge at the at the off-site infrastructure, which is part of the master plan, will meet quality requirements, discharge quality requirements?
Yeah, I believe we described that consistency in there, but yes, we're gonna, in accordance with the stormwater management standards, we're reducing the rates through the detention and removing the quality through the sand filters, as well as anything in the catch basins. So cumulatively, we are meeting the standards.
Okay. So this is all to do with, surface water runoff, collecting it and treating it and discharging it. Since the site has been noted to have an issue of groundwater contamination, how is that being dealt with in terms of treatment and making sure that anything that leaves the site is of acceptable quality?
Jackson, are you talking about the current condition or the condition post remediation?
Post remediation.
I don't know if it could be separated post and pre, and I've heard the word indulge me. The current operations of remediation are being done under the observation of an LSP, which will have to satisfy some closure requirements under the mass contingency plan. That is not my subject matter to deal with, but as you've seen in some of the instances, there'll be some stabilization of these materials. And if that passes muster with DEP, it's believed that our current site proposition, the whole proposal is consistent with those conditions that would be imposed as part of closing out those release tracking numbers or whatever actual policy it is under the mass contingency plan. That's in part why we're not doing the infiltration. Others just physically, the soils are not good, but it's believed that our operations are consistent with that and would not exacerbate any known issues, assuming that the remediation project's closed out properly.
Right. Thank you. So it's the next question is related. So this has to do with the 8 parcels identified on the master plan site, which have the same release tracking number. So one of the questions I had is, does this mean that all of these parcels have been reported for the same contaminants?
I don't know the answer to that question because I'm not familiar with any issues beyond the parcels that we're describing as the site.
So 2 of those parcels happen to be the project site parcels. That's the reason I asked.
Yeah. So of the 2, I believe a partial solution can be administered through DEP that addresses the 2 parcels that that Tri-Mount is seeking to work on.
And is the company at this point, is there an expectation of remediating for potential residual contaminants on the project site?
I could not answer that question. I am not the LSP, and they would probably be able to help best.
So how can you help answer these questions? Is there is this to be asked? Is there someone else who could?
As we had noted in the testimony that I had submitted, the activities are ongoing under the auspices of Everett Land Company's LSP, and they're going to reach a conclusion point where DEP has determined what is done. Is it done, or is there any need for anything further? That work is still ongoing, so we don't have that closure to that question under the current LSP. As that remediation effort concludes, it might be that we have no further work to do. And I think we're anxiously awaiting that work to be completed.
So going by the construction, the project timelines, I understand that the remediation work is to be done by the end of 2025.
That may be true.
As I indicated, we expect the remediation to be done in 2026. It's possible it could be done earlier. Yeah.
So I'm just curious. For example, if Mass DEP makes a determination that the remediation has not been done to the fullest, there is a need to remediate for potential residual contaminants that after the site has been transferred to you, what does that process look like? And how much of time do you think it will call for before construction can actually begin?
Are you asking about remediation after there's been a partial solution, which is required before the site is transferred?
Yeah. So I heard Mr. Moshe mention that at that point there will be a determination whether the remediation has been done in full, or there is any, in terms of the quality of the remediation, right? So that's from where my question is.
It's my understanding that the project current LSP believes that the path will be to a partial solution and that there will not be the need. And if there is any need identified by DEP that extends, that would be a bit of a, we need to understand collectively what their concern is. There's no way to answer that quickly without knowing where it's at, but that's not the intended plan under the current auspices of the LSP over it. I would say that the work that we're planning is meant to be conducted generally in the clean cover. So we're not planning on, other than the foundation elements that may go through, but bulk of the work is supposed to be at the surface in clean cover. So any long-term obligations might remain with the Everett Land Company.
So in the event of any kind of contamination to groundwater that happens at a later date, after the construction happens, after the project, whose responsibility would it be to remediate?
If there is new environmental contamination that comes after our company has taken possession of the site, then that is our responsibility.
Assuming you are the generator of the contamination.
Yeah, if we're
Mr. Detweiler.
Thank you.
That's I would think very hazy line, right? What is how would you identify new contamination? Is this basically what has not been captured in the RTN? What is?
Yeah. So to clarify, by way of example, if Jupiter purchases the site, the remediation is complete. We build our project, we're operating our project. For whatever reason, we bring a tanker truck on the site and the tanker truck leaks fuel all over the place. We are responsible to clean that up. That's a new spill, it's our responsibility, hypothetically.
So I understand there is no more soil testing, those kinds of things, no more monitoring, no more maintenance of the levels of contaminants at when the site was transferred to the company. It would be whatever happens over and above.
I'm sorry.
In terms of
I'm sorry. It will be whatever happens. What?
Over and above and very incident specific.
After the parcel is, the remediation efforts are complete and turned over to Tri-Mount, the work will still proceed in accordance with the MCP, as the MCP governs all activities. And if there's any soils that needed to be transported off-site, which those would have to be tested in accordance with the MCP and either managed on-site or disposed of properly. So that there will be some monitoring in terms of the impacts of construction on the work that's being done under remediation. But there's no plans on going back and doing any further deep testing or anything of that nature as part of this project.
Thank you. I may have some follow-up later, but thanks for the clarification.
I think, Mr. Dewar, you gave a really good example of what the company might be responsible for. So I guess just to play that out further, if and this is a big if, right? Like I don't think anyone wants or expects that the current work being done by Everett Land Company is incomplete. But if something were to happen and there's contamination related to the currently being remediated site related to that remediation, would the responsibility then logically be with Everett Land Company and not Jupiter?
Yeah, I'll refer you to my data request response to SH2, where we discuss the permanent solution and you know, these sorts of liabilities questions. So that would be the responsibility of the prior owners of the site. Similarly, the response to SH25 describes the brownfield covenant not to sue, which provides limitations on our liability as the next owner of a site that has achieved a permanent solution.
I appreciate you walking us through that. Ms. Divakar, does that answer your question?
So thanks for bringing this up. So the closing question is, so now that you have these waivers in place, just in future, if there is a scenario of contamination, who is responsible?
It depends on the source of the contamination.
Can you help me understand? If, for example, the truck example that you used, right? Some kind of a leak from those kinds of sources, from contractors that the company has employed, then it's on the contractor?
I think if there is contamination, which is later discovered, but which was pre-existing before we acquired the site, then that is the responsibility of the prior owners. If there is contamination, there's new contamination that occurs after we take possession of the site, then that is the responsibility of Trimount ESS. And if that was the fault of a contractor, then that would be between us and the contractor for them to take responsible action to
I'm
mitigate.
sorry, I'm frozen again. Oh, sorry. If that was the fault of the contractor,
then we would work with the contractor to address the issue. It's a shared responsibility question, though, if we're the owner.
Thank you.
And I would like to just tag on to that if the same truck was to tip over in Beecham Street and contamination was to migrate onto Trimount property, it would be the generator of that contamination. So the source of that contamination does matter. Source and location. So it's hard to answer a broad question, but I wanted to bring that context that if it was due to someone else's contamination, it would be a different responsible party.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. Yeah. So the next question has reference to the EENF and to the sections 10.2 and 10.3 of the EENF. Just want to know what is the current groundwater table on the site, on both those sites? Do we have an idea?
Could you cite that reference again? I just grabbed the.
So it's the EENF
yep.
At sections 10.2 and 10.3.
Thank you. .2.
For clarity in the record, I believe this is EFSB-W-3 open parens 1 close, Pringe.
I'm trying to find the reference to groundwater there. I'm on page 10-3.
10.6.
10.6. I'm not seeing in this report, which covered the entire Everett land company, a reference to groundwater elevations.
Do you see the reference to DRGP in 10-7?
Yes, I see the reference to the DRGP.
Thank you. Let's begin there. So could you explain what this particular permit, what does it regulate? What does the DRGP permit regulate?
The DRGP is used if there's any localized dewatering required for construction activities. I believe it's the Dewatering Remediation General Permit acronym, typically prepared by the LSP, Dewatering and Remediation General Permit. So if on the site during any course of construction, the contractor encounters groundwater, they would have to comply with the standards under the general permit as outlined in that section. Examples of this local was if they're just digging a footing and they encounter some groundwater, would be a likely example for a footing for a piece of equipment. That anecdotally, I believe we are dealing with a very filled condition of various materials. So you would not be expected to find a typical groundwater table here. You might find various groundwater elevations as water moves down through different types of materials, because this is not homogeneous. It's all human altered terrain. So.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I understand that, in analyzing rainfall volumes, 24-hour events have been analyzed for 2 years.
I'm sorry, 24 what?
24-hour events have been analyzed for the 2-year, 10-year, 25-year, and 100-year storm events. Now, based on the analysis which is presented in the stormwater management report, could you describe, under any of these storm events, are we expecting a rise in groundwater table to a level that would affect groundwater or soil contamination risk on the site?
None is currently expected.
Has this been something that you've looked into, modeled?
Referring to our previous discussions about the site composition, a lot of it will remain impermeable under the proposed condition and be directed to the collection and treatment system on site. For those smaller areas that are going to be left and allowed for some vegetation to establish, it's not expected that any rainfall over those upland areas in any of these events would contribute to a significant change in groundwater elevations or patterns.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to refer to table 3-1 at 3-2 of the ENF. There, what is given is a comparison of various factors across the candidate sites and the preferred site. I was just curious, as to what the water use and wastewater generation attributed to the preferred sites are?
I have the exhibit handy and I'm looking at the table. And if I could ask you to ask the question now that I have it in front of me, it's the comparison of alternatives.
Yeah, so what I find interesting there is with regard to water use and wastewater generation, right? It seems like compared to the other sites that you looked at, there is greater water use and wastewater generation. Could you explain where does the wastewater generation happen and what is the water use we are talking about here?
So at these water use and wastewater generation rates, it's equivalent approximate to a modern 4-bedroom home under the preferred alternative. So the anticipated water use and wastewater generation is extremely low, and equivalent to, on water use, that's equivalent to less than 4 bedrooms in the preferred alternative, and approximately 2 bedrooms of residential use under the off-site alternatives 1 and 2. As I did not prepare an alternatives analysis, I can't comment on how that got calculated, but in any event, the water use and wastewater generation is extremely, extremely low.
I was more curious on understanding what were the sources, because I just couldn't get my head around what are the sources of wastewater generation and what is the water use we are referring to?
Well, I can speculate that the wastewater generation is approximately 10% less than the water use. So the assumption under this alternatives analysis would have been that a small bathroom was provided for maintenance staff. And that was probably the basis of that type of low water consumption. And then wastewater generation is typically estimated as a 10% reduction because there's some losses to the environment typically experienced. So that is purely a guess and not based on any calculations I performed.
So if we could move on to page 5 of the stormwater report. There, the company explains that the wastewater that gets collected in the underground stormwater detention chambers on site would then flow into the new off-site drainage infrastructure, which is proposed by Everett Landco. So could you describe the off-site infrastructure that would receive the discharges from the site, and could you identify its location?
Thank you for the question. It is my understanding, and I am not involved with the design of the Everett Land Company stormwater discharge, and I'm going to refer you to figure 1 of the same stormwater report. It's just for general context. And you see there's a label that says Tri-Mount Northern Parcel.
Just a minute. Give me a minute, please.
Yep.
Figure 1. Yeah.
And you'll see a teardrop shaped grayish, that's a pond. I believe that Everett Land Company is improving that pond to act as further detention. And then we'll allow them to collect and further manage the stormwater to its existing discharge point. It may be that as the master plan develops, they might have to relocate that receiving detention facility or modify it, but under the earlier phases, when we are discharging from the Tri-Mount parcel, it's generally going to a detention basin in that area, where then it's controlled and conveyed to where the current Everett Land Company discharges into the island end system.
So I understand that this off-site detention basin would be ready at the time the project begins discharging from the site.
That is our understanding as well.
Okay, thank you. Could you give us an idea of, the different types of LIDs that have been provided in terms of numbers? The different sand filters, the catch basins, the detention chambers. Do you have numbers for each of those sites?
We haven't really assembled metrics of that infrastructure. It's embedded in the report in the various models of the cubic footage or gallonage of that detention as is effective. And because these chambers, concrete chambers do get made by different manufacturers, they might have different counts based on different geometries. So an 8x8 wouldn't be the same as an 8x16 in count. So we would typically measure in the reduction. But we don't have just a number of catch basins, a number of chambers, and things of that nature. That's a quick tabular format. So not that it wouldn't be assemblable, but if the chambers would be based on basically a volumetric basis. So, and as a vendor is picked to provide that type of concrete chamber, their geometries could alter the number of chambers. So we don't typically quantify that.
So what I understand is from the plans, those will roughly be the locations of those chambers, and depending upon the volume of runoff, the capacity of those LIDs will differ, but it will be elevational.
The general locations will be similar, but the number of chambers within that general area may change, but the volume would be equivalent.
Yeah, thank you. Now, this is a few questions that are related.
So, Smith, I'm going to pause you there. We've been going for about an hour and a half. We're going to take our afternoon break and then come back and finish up day one. We'll break until 2:45 and then return for the riveting discussion on sewer systems. So at this time, we are going to go off the record in 2505, DPU 24152. We'll be back on the record at 2:45.
Thank you.
All right, it is now 2:45. I believe I see generally everyone back. We will now go back on the record in EFSB 2505 DPU 24152. Continuing on with our sewer system related questions. Turn it back over to you, Ms. Tibakar.
Presiding Officer Tar, just as a quick introduction, I believe that Mr. Mosher may have some additional information in response to one of Ms. Tibakar's earlier questions.
Yeah,
I'll open it back up then.
thank you. Earlier it was asked, what is the length of the Gentile line on Alfred Street that's located with land subject to coastal storm flowage? It's approximately 107 linear feet. Thank you.
A related question was, what is the length that falls within the AE FEMA?
That is the length.
That's the same.
Same.
Alan, you're on mute.
Thank you. I didn't hear the question. A related question was, what is the land that falls within?
The FEMA zone.
The length of the Gentile line that lies within FEMA zone AE is approximately 107 feet.
So if I may continue asking, Mr. Tar. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Tibakar, keep going.
So this question has to do with table 1 provided as part of the petition, pages 27 to 30. So I have questions with regard to some of the permits mentioned there, one of which is the sewer connection permit sought from the city sewer department. What does this regulate?
I'm looking under the local permits.
Mm-hmm.
So if the proponent or any person developing a property in Everett wants to connect to the municipal sewer system, they need to obtain this permit for the direct connection.
Okay. And this point of connection will be common with the point of connection in the master plan. Is that the point at which it connects to the master plan and then into the cities?
It would very likely just connect to the existing infrastructure in Beecham Street.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next question is with regard to the utility plan renewal review approval that was granted by the Boston Water and Sewer Commission. So I just want to know, how this approval applies to the transmission line routing, and what utilities were examined for the approval.
Thank you. In the city of Boston, as a normal course of granted locations and utility work, Boston Water and Sewer Commission undergoes a utility review, and they review the proposed Gentie, in this case, line vis-a-vis their controlled interests, which are water, sewer, and storm drain and Alfred Street. As part of the likely means and methods for this project in the Gentie, we may need to temporarily relocate some hydrants. Mm-hmm. And so the BWSC, the Boston Water and Sewer Commission, reviewed that proposal and granted approval.
Okay. Thank you. Could you identify, I think I know it's in the filing, but where was that? It's a sewer line replacement. It's a water supply line replacement, if I remember right.
Didn't think I used my glasses so much in front of a computer, but thank you. I believe the section that we believe that's going to require a water main replacement is generally in Dexter Street, shown on sheets C-202 and C-203 as part of the exhibits contained in TEHM2, and it might be a parenthetical, but it's the Genti line set in 202, 203. And that is where we believe the water main to be in close proximity. And the relocations are shown on that plan.
Thank you.
Those two plans, excuse me.
Now, regarding the negative determination of applicability for transmission line lane, again, sought from the Boston Conservation Commission.
Sorry, from the Boston what?
Conservation Commission. What is the current status of this determination?
We received our negative determination of applicability.
Okay. So that's all I have. I'm going to pass on the floor to my colleague, Mr. Wilmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Divakar. I wanted to return for a moment to the pervious area of the site as it will be proposed. I just wanted to confirm that the reason for infiltration not being a solution is not due to potential contaminants in the soil, but rather the conditions of the soil and its ability to absorb water.
The soils just aren't suitable for infiltration meeting any standard.
And in terms of cause for concern, if water does infiltrate into the soil, is there any cause for concern from a pollution standpoint?
None has been identified, and that's how based on discussions with the environmental consultant for the project, that's why we just allowed for that limited area of the landscaped area. So no concern.
Thank you. Could the company please confirm if they have developed a stormwater pollution prevention plan to date? To give you a reference, the ENF at 11-3 states it will be developed before construction begins. However, on 10-4 of the same ENF, it states that a stormwater pollution prevention plan has been developed for the site.
If I could, that's in the expanded ENF.
Yes.
Do you happen to have the pages handy?
11-3
Okay.
and 10-4 are the two ENF pages I'm referring to. Also exhibit TE-HM-3 on page 16.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was helpful.
No problem.
In terms of the expanded ENF, it is possible that the Everett Land Company has already prepared one for their current site activities. But one has not yet been prepared for the Tri-Mount project. The reason is such is that the template is usually developed and then adapted by the selected contractor to reflect their detailed schedule and means and methods. And that DEP NIPD's construction general permit, which includes this construction, the SWIP requirement is usually entered by the selected contractor. So I don't believe that a contractor has been selected and developed that detailed stormwater pollution prevention plan, which will be based in part upon their sequence and order of operations.
Thank you. Also referring to Exhibit TE-HM-3 on page 16, the company describes a long-term pollution prevention plan. I was just curious if that's the same document as the stormwater pollution prevention plan, or if they are different, and what constitutes a long-term pollution prevention plan.
Thank you. It does not represent the same thing typically, and a post-construction stormwater operation maintenance plan is typically the document that addresses the long term. And I'm not finding the reference on 16. It must be in an appendix, but the standard 9 is described on page 12. A post-construction stormwater operation and maintenance plan will be developed for the project.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't understand you. A post-construction
Stormwater operation and maintenance plan will be developed for the project and provided at a later date. That is typically developed once the final equipment has been selected and manufacturer's recommendations can be incorporated.
Thank you. And actually, I was referring to standard 10 with the long-term pollution prevention plan. I'm going to take a moment and talk about standard 9, since we're on that now. And if you could please describe what routine tasks would occur as part of the stormwater operation and maintenance plan.
Thank you. Typical tasks under a post-construction stormwater operations and maintenance plan include periodic inspection of all inlets and all stormwater control measures. For example, the catch basins will be inspected to see if any sediments have accumulated in the sump, and if sediments are observed, they'll have to be removed and safely disposed of. On the detention systems, it's very likely that the inspection ports will have to be accessed and a visual inspection. And if anything is detected in there in terms of sediments, it gets removed if the sediments accumulate to a certain level. In addition, there's good practices to inspect discharge points. In our case, this will be within pipes after certain rain events or on a periodic basis. So it's a lot of periodic inspection and maintenance and keeping the facilities in good repair through occasional site visits to make sure debris and rubbish isn't accumulated and is getting in the storm drain system.
Thank you. Would you happen to know if the company is intending for on-site staff to be responsible for these maintenance tasks, or would that be something that could be contracted out?
In my experience, and I don't know the intention of the company, either path has been successful.
Okay. To go back to standard 10 and the long-term pollution prevention plan, standard 10 talks about the prohibition of illicit discharges. And my question is, what, if any, materials on site would be categorized as an illicit discharge in the event of a leak?
The intention of Stormwater 10 and the prohibition of the illicit discharges is in general to prevent the contamination of stormwater from sanitary wastewaters. It also is intended as part of the O&M that people don't dump motor oils in a catch basin and things of that nature.
Does the company believe that in the event of, I guess, I'm trying to establish if there's anything on site, whether internal to the equipment or, any liquids or anything of that nature, that if they were to leak down the storm drain, is the on-site stormwater management system, would it be able to filter out any contaminants, or would there be a temporary retainage function of the stormwater system to prevent any unwanted materials entering the storm drain?
The proponent will also be required to prepare a spill prevention control and countermeasure plan, which would seek to plan out in the event that any of the equipment has those types of concerns upon final equipment selection, what would happen in the event of a detection of a leak. So the first order of operations would be for the SPCC document, the spill prevention, control, and countermeasure document, to engage the qualified professionals. The provision of the detention systems on site does allow for, if anything were to incidentally get into the storm drain, to initially be captured within the detention tanks and treated accordingly.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Stormwater, I'd open it up to the panel if anyone has any further questions. And if no one else has any further questions on stormwater, I would move on to site selection. And this is in reference to EFSB-PA-4. The company states that it is unaware of any other substation in the Boston load pocket that had the available capacity for a similarly large project, and that the available capacity and ability to secure a successful interconnection position at the Mystic substation was key to the company's project site selection process. That's from the petition on page 15. I just wanted to confirm if the company would agree that the injection point or substation capacity serve as the primary drivers for the project location.
If you can give me 1 second.
Alan, as Mr. Detweiler looks for the reference, would you mind reading back the last part of the question, starting at "would you confirm"?
Sure.
Or the core reporter could do it as well, either way.
I'm asking for a... Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Brock.
I just wanted to confirm if the company would agree that the injection point for substation capacity served as the primary drivers for the project location.
Thank you for the clarification. So I concur that the location, the proximity to Mystic was a primary driver. And then, as you'll see in my testimony, at the bottom of page 15, we identify 4, primary siting criteria, one of which is proximity to Mystic substation.
Thank you. My next question is in reference to EFSB-N-6 parentheses 1 on page 3. The company claims that much of the site would otherwise be surface parking only. What else does the company believe can be built in the footprint of the proposed battery project? Or does it only believe that surface parking would be built?
We don't have certainty as to what would be built if our project did not move forward. In the case of the portion of the parcel that is historic tidelands within the DPA, there's a requirement that any structure have a WDI use, water dependent industrial use, and those are not always readily available. Like there might not be a lot of those, and so if there's no such WDI authorized use available, then often such locations can end up being just surface parking.
And to clarify, the proposed project qualifies as a water dependent use?
That's correct. EEA has made that determination.
In earlier testimony, I believe we found that the company claimed a usage of around 413 gallons per day. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you point me to that reference?
It's from earlier testimony, where I believe it was stated that the usage on site would be equivalent to a 4-bedroom house.
Oh, for water and wastewater. That was the table presented in the expanded ENF.
Is that the water referenced in terms of usage? How does that tie into its status of water dependent use, or does it not? Is that separate?
It's a separate. The water dependency deals with the proximity to the Mystic River, not domestic water supply.
Thank you. My next question is also in reference to EFSB-N-6 parentheses 1, also on page 3, where the company makes a statement about providing significant local tax revenues. I was wondering if the company could expand on those tax commitments, and it would be helpful to have a figure, if possible, especially on an annual basis, if that's available.
There is no specific final number yet available. We have been working with the city of Everett on the negotiation of a payment in lieu of taxes agreement, but that agreement has not yet been finalized. We have said that, if you calculate what this portion of the former 100-acre Exxon site, previously paid in taxes, it was approximately $200,000 or $300,000 a year, and that we would be, at least 10 times that as a multiple. So there will be a significant expansion of taxes in the agreement, but the exact amount is still to be determined.
Thank you. To summarize, for my understanding, the project is expected to have a 20-year lifespan, and the tax commitments come in the form of an upfront payment, roughly 10 times the current annual rate for the surface parking lot.
Let me clarify and separate a few aspects of that. So the prior tax payments were on an annual basis. The pilot agreement that we're contemplating, payment in lieu of taxes agreement that we're contemplating with the city of Everett, would also establish annual payments, not an upfront payment, if that clarification is helpful.
So thank you for that clarification. So correct me if I'm wrong, there's a pilot agreement in which there would be a payment in lieu of taxes. However, there would still be an annual tax contribution, is what I'm hearing.
No, let me further clarify. A payment in lieu of taxes is an agreement that the city of Everett is authorized to negotiate with developers of various projects that does not decrease the total tax obligation over the lifetime of the project. Rather, what it does is it allows for a levelization of taxes. So in our specific case, the batteries would depreciate significantly over time. And therefore, in the early years, absent any payment in lieu of taxes agreement, in the early years, we would pay relatively a lot more money. And in the later years, we would pay relatively a lot less money. And local governments have typically found, and in fact, Mayor DeMaria has expressed to us, that it would be preferable to Everett to have the revenues be steady over the lifetime of the project, and we're agreeable to that as well. So a payment in lieu of taxes is not a reduction of taxes. It is simply an agreement as to the schedule of payments for those taxes.
Thank you for that. Just one final follow-up question. You mentioned that the basically value of the batteries would decrease over time. Is the tax of the project, the tax value based on the value of the equipment on site?
The project taxes would be based on the value of the equipment on site and the value of the real estate, principally.
Sorry, and how is that real estate value calculated?
There are a number of different ways to calculate the real estate value, and that's part of the subject of the discussions we're having with Everett. So we don't have a final answer on that yet.
Understood. Thank you. Is the project real estate value subject to change due to changing conditions in the area, or would that pilot agreement, in your understanding, establish a base value for that land during the life of the project?
My understanding is that the pilot agreement would not establish a set value for the land, but rather for the other equipment. That being said, there's still, an assessment process that the Everett city assessor will still need to go through to determine, what they think the real property value is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Does anybody else have any follow-up questions based on site selection? Anybody else from the EFSB panel? I also open it up to any questions that would be generated for our interveners. If there's any questions that have been asked so far that have caused any additional questions, please provide those questions at this time. And I'm going to go with seeing and hearing no response. We're going to move on, unless Mr. Green, you have a follow-up question?
Let's see what you have next, and then I'll go after.
I'm going to move to zoning. So you may, if you have something else, I would suggest going first.
Okay. All right. Just a quick question, sort of following up on the payment in lieu of taxes and the topic more generally of economic benefits to Everett and the surrounding areas. I realize the host community agreement is ongoing in terms of discussions, but I'm just wondering if you could give us a narrative description of what you see as the economic benefits of the project to Everett and the community.
Thank you for the question. There are a number of different economic benefits associated with the project. We recently discussed the tax revenue benefits relative to other likely uses for the site. Those are significant. Additionally, we are building the project with a project labor agreement, and there will be a significant number of jobs that are associated with the construction of the project. We engaged Springline Associates to provide an estimate of those jobs, and that is attached as an exhibit to my testimony at some point as Exhibit HD4. At a high level, the estimate was direct jobs over the remediation and construction period would be over 1,000 jobs. So there's significant job creation benefit. Furthermore, and related to the project labor agreement that we will have, we have made a commitment to working with building pathways for pre-apprenticeship programs, which will provide a pathway for Everett youth to get into the relatively higher wage union building trades construction jobs network. So that is a significant benefit. And we heard in community meetings, we heard a lot of interest for how could this project, help people launch their careers into building trades jobs. So that's a significant benefit of the project as well. I think that probably one of the elephants in the room for economic development has been that this site is 100 acres of contaminated former oil terminal. And it's public knowledge that the Davis companies had acquired. They had signed a purchase agreement with Exxon to acquire the site previously, and then that fell through. That purchase fell through prior to Jupiter coming on the scene with Davis. Then after Jupiter created our agreement with Davis, Davis was able to again execute an agreement with Exxon. When I say Davis, I'm really referring specifically to Everett Land Co., which is an affiliate of what's commonly known as the Davis companies. And so I think like a major anchor project.
I'm sorry, I'm really referring to Everett
Everett Land Co., which is capital Land, capital CO.
Okay, sorry.
That's one word. So Everett Land Co., as a result of our agreement, is now able to proceed with the remediation of the overall site. So I think that is an enormously significant benefit of our project as well. There are a number of other benefits. I mentioned previously that there's been a bike path on Beecham.
I'm going to pause you for a second. Alan,
I got kicked off for a minute.
Oh,
let's back up to where he needs to.
Can you tell me where you left off? Oh, he might have frozen again.
That's what it looks like. Let's give Alan a second.
The heat is not helping, right?
Just a moment.
You're frozen right now, Alan. He'll be back.
He might need to turn off his video if he has an unstable connection. It'd be a shame not to see him, but
you're muted.
I was just saying I love Zoom hearings.
Is your connection a little unstable right now?
It seems to be stable again now, whatever that was caused by, but we'll see.
Okay, you might want to flip your video off if it keeps on.
Andy, I don't know what.
So what's the last thing you got, Alan?
Then after Jupiter created our agreement with Davis, Davis was able to again execute an agreement with Exxon. When I say Davis, I'm really referring specifically to Everett Land Co. Mr. Early said, I think I'd object, and then that was the last thing I have.
I don't think I've said anything about objecting.
Well, I was, okay, never mind then.
So I was summarizing those significant economic benefits in terms of taxes and construction jobs and the pre-apprenticeship programs and the environmental remediation. And then I was saying also there are other benefits that could be construed as economic benefits, such as the continuation of the bike path, which supports more sustainable transit from Chelsea into the lower Broadway entertainment district area. So there's a significant number of such economic benefits.
So you mentioned that the Jupiter project served as something of an anchor for Davis to move forward with their redevelopment of the site. Is it fair to say that Jupiter's participation also served as a bit of a catalyst for the remediation of the site, or was that happening independent of Jupiter's participation?
The remediation did not occur until Davis purchased the site. So yes, I believe the remediation was a result of the Jupiter Trimount deal, land acquisition deal with Everett Landco.
And had that not occurred, what do you think might have been the state of the parcel right now, and where it would have been on the remediation?
I think it's very possible that the site would still be, completely unaddressed. There would be no remediation underway today.
Are there any benefits that you can point to that are anticipated in terms of procurement of supplies, materials, and things of that sort, again, in the local economy? You mentioned the project labor agreement. I'm speaking about, physical material.
Just 1 minute. The Springline Associates job economic study, also identified another 1,000 jobs over the years of remediation and construction, which do also relate to, materials acquisition and delivery. So those are significant.
And when you talk about jobs, I assume that this is jobs in terms of some period of time. Is this a job year, or how is that measured?
You are correct. It is job years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I kind of have sort of two options moving forward. I do have a number of questions to zoning that I would like to go into, but we also have some follow-up questions that we may need to ask regarding some of the testimony provided today. So as we are scheduled for tomorrow, I anticipate that we would only need a couple hours tomorrow to resolve the remaining issues before we move on to fire safety and EMF. So at this time, I'm gonna move 2505 DPU 24152 off the record, and we can talk about procedural matters moving forward for the next few hearings. Does that work for everyone, Mr. Early? And I know that we will be losing one of our interveners moving forward for tomorrow, but they will be back with us again on Monday. Are there any objections to
Mr.
closing out?
Mr. Tar,
Yes.
I do have about 2 minutes worth of questions. I
Now?
wonder if we want to do them tomorrow or today.
Well, if you have them today, okay. At this time, I'm going to go back on the record in 2505.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I didn't know we had gone off. Sorry.
No. If you haven't gone off, I agree.
I have.
Back on the record if we haven't got, if we, to confirm. And we'll resolve with Mr. Wong's questions, and then we'll resolve for the day. We'll meet back again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I have a few questions that we should be able to resolve by lunchtime.
And it looks like Mr. Dottori is off mute. I don't know if District Gas wanted to comment.
No, that's fine. That's my colleague, Mr. Fixler, will be here tomorrow. So
Okay.
No
So you will
problem.
have
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks, Connor. I think we can end early today, but I did have a couple things I just wanted to follow up because it'd be pertinent for today. Mr. Mosier, all the way at the start of the day, we talked about that table of permits and approvals. And I was wondering if there are a couple rows about some approvals or submissions that would go to the Everett Fire Department. I'm wondering if those questions you'd be able to answer, or is that something else that should be reserved for the 25th?
Perhaps we can look at the exhibit together and then I can answer your question. Do you know which one you want me to look at?
It's EFSB-G-1 paren 2. And that's the
Okay, thank you.
That's the list of the exhibit. Sorry, the approvals that we talked about this morning.
I have the table, and are you referring to on, it's not a reference page, but at the top, it starts Everett City Council, then it goes City of Everett Fire Chief, City of Everett Fire Chief, or is that the table? Okay.
It's on page 4 of the PDF, but yeah.
All right, what question may you have?
So, these responses were filed with us, I want to say, bear with me, in June. So I guess, is it your understanding that, sorry, I apologize. These are anticipated. So I was looking at an older version of this. So you anticipate filing this following EFSB approval. Okay, I guess we would have questions on if the company has been doing any sorts of discussions ongoing with the fire chief and his department.
Maybe I'm best to take that. Yes, the answer is we have been in ongoing discussions with the Everett Fire Department. We provided a training session with good attendance from the City of Boston Fire Department, some of their hazmat folks, the Chelsea Fire Department, and the Everett Fire Department, to initially familiarize them with battery projects and the fire protection strategies associated with battery projects. We look forward to continuing that training process. We have stayed in touch with the Everett Fire Department, and we're committed, not only this project but our company, nationwide. We do at least once per year ongoing trainings throughout the operation of a project. We always do that because we think it's very important to have well-trained first responders with our kind of facility.
Thanks, Mr. Detweiler. We might have just more questions on that on the 25th when Mr. Ryder is here as well. Just to, we feel a strong need for the local fire folks to have a lot of discussions with the companies to be comfortable. Thank you. My last one is sort of a more general question. I know, like, on a high level, that based off of the company's testimony in your petition and Mr. Detweiler, your testimony, that the batteries will be charging at certain periods of time and discharging certain periods of time based off of the excess supply of electricity and during times of need. Are you able to speak more to how you think the battery will be operating? Would it be operating on a daily sort of charging, discharging, or would it be more, really saving up for times of real grid need?
Thank you for the question. The plan is that the project would operate on a daily basis. We've indicated that one of the primary economic drivers for the project is the Clean Peak program. The Clean Peak program provides prescribed hours in which projects can charge and discharge. And so we would be primarily performing to those charging and discharging windows on a daily basis. There may be times that we would deviate from those charging windows based on any instructions, information we might be getting from the capacity market. If for whatever reason there were anticipated capacity needs that were outside of the Clean Peak periods, then we would prioritize those.
Thank you. That's super helpful. Last one, I promise. Is there a would the way that the company deploys the batteries sort of also be informed by the rate of degradation of battery, like you're trying to conserve it over its lifetime based off of whatever guarantee or warranty you get from the suppliers?
The degradation rate is something that we pay a lot of attention to. However, the degradation rate is slow enough that it does not impact our plan to operate on an everyday basis. So we would, based on everything we know about the degradation curves, we would most definitely operate on a daily basis.
Thank you. This helps set the stage for some other questions on the later days. Appreciate the time, and thanks, Mr. Tar, for indulging me as well.
Always, Mr. Wong, always. I'll just close it out this way. Is there any additional questions, any additional follow-up based on the questions that we've already asked today from either the EFSB staff or any of the interveners that would like to participate, provide any additional questions to the panel? I want to say seeing.
Sorry, nothing for Eversource.
Nothing for Eversource. And I think we already heard from Mr. Dettori.
Yeah, nothing here. Thank you.
So at this time, I am going to go off the record in 2505 DPU 24152. We will be back on the record again tomorrow at 10 a.m. I do anticipate that we will have about 2 hours of questions. We'll probably finish around by lunchtime. It may be shorter than that, depending. We may have some follow-up questions from today. I will issue a due date, which I anticipate to be August 20th for the first round of record requests in response to the questions that were asked today, but we'll go on the record and have a formal conference about that tomorrow. This is just a general heads up and information for right now. So we'll end early for today, meet back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Are there any questions or concerns?
Nothing from Prime Up.
And I already heard from Mr. Dettori, and I think Ms. Hafner is already good to go. Any additional questions or anything from staff? Otherwise, at this time, we'll conclude early. We'll meet back again tomorrow at 10. As I said, I don't anticipate a full day, and then we'll talk about next steps for the following week for the 25th and the 27th. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
Take care.
Thank you.